Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness stand. And for the record, state and spell your first and last name, please.
James, J-A-M-E-S, Duggan, D-U-G-G-A-N.
Do me a favor, can you just tap on that microphone, see if it's okay, good. Proceed, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Duggan.
Good morning.
What is your current occupation?
I'm retired.
Your current occupation is retired, and do you do any volunteer work?
I do. I work
What do you
for
do?
Lee County Sheriff's Office as a volunteer patrol officer.
Do you have a background then in investigations?
I do.
Okay, what were you doing specifically around the time frame of 2017? What was your occupation then?
In corporate headquarters for a company called Cody Incorporated. I ran 3 departments. I was the chief security officer, vice president of risk management, and vice president of brand protection.
During the time frame of 2016 then, were you part in that role in Cody when you acquired a portion of Procter & Gamble?
Yes, I was.
And just briefly, we've heard testimony on it then. What was that transition as far as your role?
My role was then, from a risk management perspective, was to ensure all the assets for the corporation. And my other role in security was to view all their facilities for security purposes. Security audits.
I'm sorry.
Security audits.
Okay. Where were you located, meaning what was your home office where you resided?
At corporate headquarters in Manhattan, New York.
Did you know a Fabio Sementilli?
Yes, I did.
Exhibit 13 on the screen then. Do you recognize that as Fabio?
Yep.
How did you first meet Fabio?
In 2016, in early October, Cody organized a meeting in Cannes, France, between the top 200 marketing and sales people and management people from Procter & Gamble that were becoming part of the acquisition with our top 200, and I ran security for that event in Cannes.
Did you have, from that day forward, any ongoing communications with Fabio?
I did not. The only time I spoke with Fabio was we had lunch one of the days in Cannes together. We sat at the same table, spoke briefly.
So in other words, did your department or your role have any interaction with what he was doing as far as Cody and Woodland Hills directly?
No, I did not.
On the date of January 23rd, 2017, or shortly thereafter in the early morning hours of January 24th, did you find out that Fabio had been killed?
So the evening of the 23rd, late in the evening, New York time or East Coast time, I received a phone call from our public relations officer in New York at home on my cell, telling me that Fabio had been murdered at home.
When you found out that information, what did you do?
I asked some questions about what happened, and she shared with me what was publicly known, and then I went to bed, and the next morning I reached out, when time permitted, I reached out to the LAPD to see if I could track down who was the detective handling the case.
Why did you do that?
I've been given instructions by our CEO, Camilo Pon, to assist in the investigation in any way Cody could. I would be the go-between between Cody and law enforcement to assist with the investigation.
And when you say assist, what did that mean to you?
Well, it meant anything that potentially Cody could help with, whether they needed access to his computer, whether they needed access to whatever they needed in the company records. I was to secure that for them.
So is it fair to say then Cody was attempting to be cooperative with law enforcement?
Correct. Did you
contact a specific detective?
So I reached out. I found the captain of the homicide, and he gave me Gene Parcel's name and phone number and told me to call him. He would be the detective handling the case.
And did you call Detective Parshall?
I did.
At some point then, well, let me ask you this. During that call, did Detective Parshall give you any specific details of the investigation up to that point, knowing that it's still early?
No, he gave me none.
Did you let him know that you're available?
I was available. If they needed access to his computer, they needed any passwords, I would secure those for him.
Did you end up subsequently flying to Los Angeles?
I told detective that I would be out in 3 weeks for counterfeit training with LA Sheriff's Office and Orange County Sheriff's Office, and would I be able to, if I could set aside some time, could I meet with him, and we agreed on a day and time, which was a Thursday, 3 weeks later.
When you indicated counterfeit training, was this unrelated to anything to do with the death of Fabio? It was another part of your job?
Correct. That was part of my brand protection responsibilities.
So was that on Thursday, March 9th then? Did you fly out here?
I flew out, I believe, either that Sunday night or Monday morning, I believe possibly Monday morning that week, and did the counterfeit trainings on Monday, Tuesday. I went to our office on Wednesday and met with the HR person there. His name is Henry. And then I met with the detective on Thursday.
So that would be March 9th?
March 9th.
Of 2017?
Correct.
When you say home office, are you talking about the one in Woodland Hills?
Their office, yes.
Okay. And there you met with Henry Meyer?
Correct.
Did you ever reach out to Fabio's wife, Monica Sementilli?
So Henry gave me her name and phone number, her cell phone number, and I reached out to her that Thursday afternoon after I spoke with the detective.
Up until this point in time, had you ever met Monica Sementilli?
I had not.
Had you ever talked to Monica Sementilli?
I had not.
Have you since then, did you end up meeting her face to face?
I did not. We never met face to face.
Okay. So when you spoke to her then, how did that happen?
So I called her on the phone, told her who I was and that I was head of security for Cody, and I'd been given instructions to assist the LAPD in the investigation any way Cody could. And I also was told her, I also then asked her if there was anything I could do that Cody could do for her.
And what did she say?
She asked me for could I give some help finding out what's going on with the life insurance.
Is that the first thing she asked you?
That's the only thing she asked, yes.
That's the only thing she asked you?
Correct.
Did she ask you for any help with relocating or moving out of the house?
No.
Did she ask you for any help with restoring the security system in her house?
No.
What did you tell her about the life insurance proceeds?
So I told her that I was flying back to New York on Friday the following day, and that the following week I'd be in Europe, and that when I was in the office the following Monday, I would check out the life insurance and find out what was going on with it, and I would reach back out to her.
Regarding life insurance, did you have any role in allocating life insurance, filing life insurance, anything of that nature?
No, that was all handled by Human Resources.
Okay, did you know who the contacts were in Human Resources?
Oh, yes.
Who were they?
And there were several, but Tracy Rakovich was the person that I would go to, even for my own questions.
And did you then subsequently have a conversation with Tracy Rakovich about what the defendant had asked you?
So that Monday, I believe it was March 20th, I'm not sure, is that the date? I think it's March 20th. Yes, March 20th. I met with Tracy sometime during that day. Having been out on the road for 2 weeks, I had a lot of stuff on my desk to take care of. I met with Tracy quickly. She gave me some details about the life insurance and some other information, and I ended my day and went home.
And that was Monday. Was that the day that you had told the defendant you would get back to her?
It is.
Okay. Did you talk to her that Monday?
I did not.
Did you talk to her the following day?
So the following day, the 21st, I received a voicemail from her. I think I was in a meeting, so I called her back after I was out of the meeting.
So you had not called her since your conversation that you had with her when you were out in LA. You had not called her back yet?
That's correct.
Okay. So she called you on that Tuesday?
Correct.
And what did she say to you?
Objection, hearsay.
So overruled.
She asked me what I had learned about the life insurance, and I told her that I had learned from Tracy that the police officers would have to sign, the LA Police Department would have to sign off on the beneficiaries not being involved in the crime.
Did she respond to that at all?
She said, well, and I told her that she'd need to talk to the detective, and she knew who the detective was.
Did you talk to her, or strike that, did you find out also, or were you aware that the salary of Fabio was going to be continued then for 6 months?
Objection, foundation.
So overruled.
Should I answer?
Yes.
So I'm sorry. So Tracy also advised me that our CEO, Camillo, had advised that because of the family situation, that it would be best that we continue Fabio's salary for the next 6 months.
Now, did you speak with Detective Parshall at some point then about this life insurance?
So after I hung up with Monica, I called Detective Parshall.
And that was in March?
That same day, the
Same day.
21st.
Okay, what did you tell him?
I told him that Monica had asked about the life insurance, and that I advised him that I advised her that he needed to sign off on the beneficiaries.
Okay. Did you speak to the defendant again about life insurance?
I believe I possibly spoke to her at least one more time.
After you spoke to Detective Parshall, did you call her back that day?
I did not.
Okay. At some point then, you believe you talked to her again about it. Was it the same topic?
It was.
Did you ever have any conversations after you offered assistance to the defendant about anything else other than the life insurance?
No.
One moment, Your Honor. As far as your relationship or your communication, I should say, with Detective Parshall, did you keep in regular communication with Detective Parshall?
Every couple of weeks I give him a call.
And why was that?
Just to follow up, the company was very concerned whether there was any involvement with Cody's employment of Fabio.
And without telling us anything that Detective Parshall said specifically, did he ever give you any specifics regarding their investigation?
Objection, hearsay.
That is not overruled.
Go ahead.
Detective Parcell was a classic investigator. He kept everything very close to his vest. He told me nothing about the investigation.
Did Detective Parshall give you, for lack of better words, a heads up that there was going to be arrest on the day of June 14th, 2017?
He did not. Our conversation regarding that is I asked him for a favor. Since the day after the murder, the open source media surrounded our office and kind of made for a very confusing day for our senior management. So I asked him if he would give me a heads up, even an hour ahead of the arrests, so that I could warn the office to be prepared and have statements prepared to give to the media at that time, and he said he would.
And did he give you an update that there was going to be an arrest on June 14th, 2017?
So he called me. I actually was running to make a train, which I didn't make, in Grand Central. He called and told me that arrests had already taken place. And he said, but it won't be publicly released until there's a press conference a few days later.
And then, based on your position in the company, did you inform those in your company
So then
what you indicated?
So I directly called our CEO, our general counsel, and the president of that division, of the Weller division, and I also called another person, the senior vice president who's responsible for that division.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
Any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll call Jake Gibson.
Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat and witness stand. Adjust the microphone so we can hear you. You can breathe. And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
Jake Gibson. First name's Jake, last name's Gibson, Gibson.
Thank you.
Proceed, please.
Thank you.
Sir, can you tell us how it is that you're employed?
I'm currently employed with the Federal Public Defender's Office in the Central District of California as a digital forensic investigator.
Okay. And where were you employed previous to that?
I was employed with the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office, Bureau of Investigation, for 15 years.
And what was your job title at the LADA's office?
Investigator and senior investigator.
And where were you assigned during that time? When you left, let's talk about that.
The last 9 years, I was assigned to the digital forensic unit. I was focusing on digital forensics.
Okay. And what is digital forensics?
It's the acquisition, analysis, and reporting on electronic information stored on cell phones, computers, SD cards. If it contains digital information, it's the process of the acquisition, analysis, and reporting on electronic data.
Okay. Can you briefly detail for us your training and experience in the area of digital forensics?
Yeah, I have over 1,000 hours of training pertaining to digital forensics. I have 3 certifications from the SANS Institute, GCFE, a certified forensic examiner, certified forensic analyst, and a certified smartphone forensic analyst from the SANS Institute. It's a tool agnostic certification that's recognized in the digital forensic community. Going back to the training, I've attended trainings from the FBI, California Department of Justice, FBI, Celebrite, Magnet Forensics, Axiom, and other software vendors.
Okay. And you mentioned Celebrite. Celebrite is a company that does what?
Celebrite has, they make software that allows examiners or investigators, individuals, to acquire, analyze, and report on mobile devices specifically, like your iPhones, Androids, cell phones, digital devices that's stored on the device, data that's stored on the device.
So they make some type of software that allows you to visualize the data from a digital device?
Yeah, Celebrite Physical Analyzer is the software. It's a data visualization tool to take the data that's on your device and make it accessible for analysis for a human being to interpret the data.
And prior to using the software to visualize the device, is there also a procedure that takes place in order to recover or image or copy a particular device so that you can then use the visual analyzer to see the information?
Yeah, the acquisitions that we're going to be talking about today were provided by LAPD, and I was able to analyze those acquisitions.
Excuse me one moment. Approximately how many forensic exams on digital devices would you say you have performed over the course of the time that you've been assigned to as a digital forensic examiner or investigator?
At least 2,000, all encompassing mobile devices, SD cards, records from service providers, over 2,000.
And in those 2,000 cases, have you also analyzed the evidence and reported on what you found?
Not 2,000 cases, 2,000 items.
Items.
Yeah, 2,000 items on over 100 cases, approximately.
And that's because on some cases, such as this, you might be looking at multiple devices?
Correct.
All right. And did you also, while you were working for the district attorney's office, regularly lecture in this area?
Yeah, I did I self-authored a mobile device forensic class that I gave to the law enforcement community several times. And I presented that information presentation several times. And then in my current assignment, I've also provided training to federal employees regarding digital forensics and discovery issues.
And while you were working for the district attorney's office, you also trained not just law enforcement investigators, but also district attorneys in this area, correct?
Correct. Here in Los Angeles and in Ventura County.
Okay. And have you also testified as an expert in the Superior Court as well as before the LA County Grand Jury in this area?
I've testified as an expert before the grand jury in various evidence hearings and in jury trials, and I have testified in federal court as an expert.
Did you review evidence from various mobile devices, in this case, regarding the murder of Fabio Sementilli while you were employed at the district attorney's office?
Yes.
And did you obtain the extracted information or image files from a law enforcement agency to conduct your investigation and analysis?
Yes.
And who did you obtain that information from?
It was I remember his first name being George.
George Diaz?
George Diaz, LAPD. He was assigned to the forensic unit for LAPD.
Okay. And so did you obtain device extractions, as I said, imaged files, photos of devices and things of that nature from George Diaz maybe sometime in 2018?
Correct.
And were the two of you part of some type of Secret Service task force at that time?
Yeah, we were part of the United States Secret Service Federal Task Force for forensics and cybersecurity, cybercrime.
All right. And in terms of what your role was, once you obtained the device extractions and imaged files, what did you do with those items?
I began the process of analyzing the devices and visualizing or capturing screenshots of various important artifacts from those various devices and placing that into a PowerPoint.
All right. And based on the large volume of data and the type of investigation that was relevant to this case, did you focus your analysis on certain items?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that based on the volume of evidence, you can never report on every detail that is found when you conduct investigations on devices such as this? That it would, in other words, be an incredibly large volume?
There's a large amount of data on these devices. The relevant, you try to do your best to put in the most relevant artifacts pertaining to the information that's on the devices, but you can't put all the information that are on these devices, especially when we're going to be talking about 4 devices, in a PowerPoint. It's not practical or reasonable.
Okay. So did you focus your analysis on certain items such as call logs?
Yes.
Contacts?
Yes.
Emails?
Yes.
Messaging? MMS, SMS?
Yes.
What is the difference between MMS and SMS?
SMS is simple. messaging service, and the MMS is multimedia messaging service. So the easiest way to think of it is SMS is messaging with text, letters, numbers, and MMS is like when you send pictures or media, multimedia.
Hence the what MMS stands for, right?
Correct.
All right. Did you also look at image files,
Yes.
wireless networks?
Yes.
Often, when you use software such as Celebrite to visualize information, are you able to sometimes find data that might have been previously deleted by a user?
Yes.
And is that dependent on whether or not the deleted data had been written over on the device?
That would, yes. There's a lot of different factors that can play into deleted data, but if there are items that are marked for deletion and haven't been overwritten in the databases, it can be recovered by certain software.
Okay. In some cases, correct?
Yes.
And is there different type of locations or space on these devices that you look at? Such as, let's say, if you're looking for deletions maybe in the unallocated space?
Yes, that's one way to frame it. Yes.
Okay. And did you create a PowerPoint or a series of slides that were representative, again, not including everything, but representative of what evidence existed and you believed was relevant at the time when you were conducting your investigation back in 2018?
Yes.
Okay. So it would be representative of a larger volume, as we talked about, of data that you reviewed.
Correct. There's an enormous amount of data on these devices, and this is a snapshot of the relevant artifacts at the time when I was doing the investigation.
Your Honor, I have a CD, I believe, that contains this PowerPoint relevant to this particular witness. May it be marked as People's Next in order, please?
105.
Thank you. Can you explain, before we even start, what metadata is?
Metadata, the meta just means self-referring, so it's just self-referring information about a particular file in this case. So metadata gets thrown around a lot. It's just self-referring information.
And if you were to have metadata, let's say, for example, on a photograph, what type of information might that metadata provide?
You're going to be talking about timestamps, what device took the picture, the location of where that file is in regards to the file system of the device, and any other information that we'll be discussing.
So including timestamps, location, and also perhaps date?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So this is the first slide of your PowerPoint where you started with booking photos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the second photo was a photograph of the victim in this case, whose device you also analyzed, correct?
Yes.
And you had a device or devices relating to the defendant in this case, Monica Sementilli,
Yes.
and also devices relating to a prior defendant, Robert Baker.
Yes.
All right. So, what is it that we see here on this particular slide, which is, I believe, slide 6?
You'll notice in the upper left corner, it's item 67. that is the LAPD item number. So item 67 is Fabio Sementilli's iPhone 7 Plus, and there's identifying information on the right-hand side under the device information. And you can see in the lower left corner is his phone number, the MSISDN number, and that's the phone number for Mr. Sementilli.
Okay, the 818 number that we see, 3310463.
Correct.
Okay. Would it be safe to say that there was much less data on his cell phone, item 67, than you found on the defendant's?
I would say that there wasn't a lot of relevant information on Mr. Sementilli's phone for this matter. As far as like the total volume, that would be speculation, as far as, because I'm not looking for information that's not relevant to the investigation.
Okay. So in other words, anything that was related to his career, that wasn't what your focus of your analysis was?
That would be fair.
Okay. Showing you the next slide, slide 7, item 82. What do we see here?
Item 82 is are photographs of the LG G-Pad. These photographs were provided to me to help visualize the device.
Okay. And what do we see in the top right corner?
That's a AT&T SIM card. You will see the number that starts with 89. That is a ICC ID number. It's a unique number for the SIM card, and it identifies the country code, which is the set of 3 numbers after the 89, and then the rest of it is a unique identifying number.
What is a SIM card?
It allows the device to connect on the cellular network, and then it assigns a phone number so that that device can connect through the cell network.
So in other words, you could make phone calls through this device as well as connect to the internet to, let's say, do an internet search.
Correct.
Showing you the next slide. What do we see here on slide 8?
Specific device information for item 82, identifying the Bluetooth device name and other information, the ICC ID number from the SIM card as well.
Okay, so various unique identifiers for the device. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And the next slide, again, relating to the defendant's LG G-Pad. What do we see here?
This is a screenshot of the physical analyzer software displaying the user accounts for item 82.
Okay. And does it appear that from looking at this particular slide that the defendant had it under her personal name, and that there appears to be multiple email addresses saved to this device?
Correct. The Instagram, for example, the username is Monica Sementilli. For the Instagram, that's the first row. Happened to be highlighted in blue. There's also fabstyle67@gmail.com. And the different services like your Hangouts have Monica Sementilli. The Google Drive and Google Maps and the Gmail account associated with the device are also Monica Sementilli@gmail.com.
Okay. And what do we see here? I believe this is maybe slide 10.
This is item 101. This device is Mr. Baker's, and it's a picture of the Samsung device along with the SIM card.
This was a Samsung S4?
I think the next slide will have the device. Yeah, this is the Samsung SGH i337. That's just the model number of the model assigned to the device. And you can see item 101, Mr. Baker's phone number is in the lower left corner with 702-8 883-2325.
Let me ask you, if we saw on this last slide that, slide 10, that there is a SIM card, would a user be able to switch out the SIM card and therefore switch out the phone number on the device?
Yeah, you can SIM swap. You can add and remove SIM cards from devices that allow you to do that. This particular device, it's removable along with the SD card.
Okay. And moving on to slide 12, what do we see here? This looks similar to what we saw with respect to the defendant's device number 82.
Well, this is item 101. This is Mr. Baker's user accounts that was populated by Celebrate for Mr. Baker, or Mr. Baker's device.
So it shows that he has a Facebook Messenger under his name, correct?
Correct. If you look under the name column, which is the third column from the screenshot, and it's the fifth row.
We look under the third row. Does it appear that he also has various email accounts connected to this device, one being oeginc@gmail and one being Oz Entertainment?
The third row has the rb@westover1981.com, along with the other three emails.
Okay. Showing you the next slide. Slide number 13, item number 119. What is this?
These are photographs of Monica Sementilli's phone.
Okay. Front and back.
Correct.
Showing you the following slide. Slide 14, what do we see here?
This is more device information for Monica Sementilli's phone. You can see on the lower left corner, her phone number was 818-424-4213.
Okay. And is this an iPhone 7?
Yes.
Thank you. And what do we see on the following slide? Slide 15.
These are the user accounts associated with item 119, and you can see the call madi-mo@hotmail.com email address, along with on the Instagram user account assigned as Monica Sementilli.
What about the next slide, slide 16?
This is photographs of item 121.
Okay. And this was yet another iPhone registered to Robert Baker?
This is a Galaxy. It's not an iPhone.
Sorry. It says iPhone, but it's actually a Samsung Galaxy, correct? This would be an S8?
This is a Galaxy S8. It just says Robert Baker's phone. So
oh, I think. My eyes are playing tricks on me. I thought it said iPhone. Showing you the next slide, 17. What does it tell us in particular with respect to this phone and its phone number?
This is item 121. The phone number for this device is 213-272-1093.
Okay. And now moving on to slide 19, what do we see here with respect to items 119 and item 67?
The screenshot came from item 119, and these are the contact entries filtered for Mr. Sementilli for item 67.
When you say filtered, what does that mean?
I filter. You can see that there's 1,164 contacts. I'm filtering down those contacts so you can see Mr. Sementilli's information that's stored on Mrs. Sementilli's device.
So she has him stored under his name as well as under Daddy?
On the second row, the WhatsApp application, the Daddy is associated with that phone number.
showing you the next slide. What do we see here?
This is Mr. Baker's item 101. Filter down, there's the 3 contact entries. The first entry does not have Mr. Baker. It's not for item 101. It doesn't. The phone number is not Mr. Baker's, but the last 3 entries are.
Okay. And that's the 702 phone number that we talked about?
Correct. The 702, the phone number ending in 2325.
Thank you. And if we look at the slide after that, slide 21, what do we see here?
These are contact entries for item 121 for Mr. Baker that are stored on Mrs. Sementilli's phone.
Okay. So she, what do we see in that, the first column where we see the number 1002? What does that column represent?
So there's 1,164 contact entries. That is just 1,002 of the 1,164. It's just the number that's assigned to that specific entry for that particular screenshot.
And so for that number 1002, she has that listed as Robert and the phone number that we saw relative to his item number 121, correct?
Correct. Item 121 is that 1093 is listed in that contact entry.
And she also has him listed as racquetball and as Louisa and as Diane racquetball, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Louisa, were you aware that, did you become aware that Louis is Baker's middle name?
Yes.
All right. And looking at the next slide, slide 22, what do we see here?
This is a contact entry from item 101. The contact is someone that's listed as Alfred Birdsong, and the phone number that is pointed out is the same phone number for the device. But Mr. Birdsong also has 2 additional phone numbers and emails.
Okay. And if we look at this particular slide, does it also have, as we see on the right, an address in Las Vegas?
Yes, 10245.
Oz Entertainment Group, comma, Inc.
Yeah, yes.
And does it also indicate a similar email address or a web address that we saw from Mr. Baker, which is that OEG, this one is
Yes.
Alan.
Yes.
All right. Moving on to slide 23, can you tell us what we're looking at here with respect to Baker's device 101?
This is device 101's contact entries for item 121. Both because he had 2 phones. This is his one device contact entries for his other device, and you can see that he listed it as Robert L. Baker and Robert.
And is there also an email associated through Yahoo,
Yes.
as well as a P.O. box?
Yes.
The next slide, item 101, slide 24. What does this show us in terms of contacts?
These are two contact entries for item 101 for contact entry Oz Entertainment Group Incorporated and Robert Baker.
Okay. Showing you the next slide, slide 25. What does this contact show us for item 121 in connection with Baker's other phone, 101?
The phone number that's highlighted with the arrow is item 101. This contact entry is from 121.
Okay. 121 being the Galaxy S8, correct?
Don't want to mix the two up. I believe 121 is the S8.
Okay. And under this particular contact, we also see under details the name Alfred Birdsong, along with Alfred Birdsong's, looks like a couple of email contacts, or a few of them actually, correct?
Correct. There's emails and a couple of other phone numbers associated with Mr. Birdsong.
Okay, including the address in the Oz Entertainment Group that we looked at on a prior slide.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to slide 26. What did you document here?
This is a contact entry from item 121, and this contact entry is for item 119, Monica Sementilli's phone number, the phone number ending in 4213, with her Hotmail email address that was also in 119.
Okay. Okay. So you now have a slide that indicates 27, same contacts. Look at 28. What are you documenting here?
The same contact entries that are on 119 and 121.
Okay. So between the defendant's phone and one of Baker's phones, they have the same contact information for an individual by the name of Paula McCullum with the same phone number, ending in 6026?
Correct.
Okay. And the next one? Same thing?
It's the same thing, but with a phone number ending in 3905.
For an Elise Bluo?
It's Elise and Elise Racquetball. I wouldn't
Okay.
know the
Got
last
you.
name.
And the next slide, slide 30, same contact for Miss Sheila Salehian in each phone?
Correct. The 2283 is, or the phone number ending in 2283. Both 119 and 121.
Okay. And it looks like the contact under 121, Baker's phone, actually has a picture associated, correct?
Correct.
Moving on to slide 31. What did you indicate here?
Same contact entry for Ron Ray, phone number ending in 81.
And this is between the defendant's iPhone and Baker's Samsung 101.
Correct.
What did you mean by number 121 not shown?
I don't remember.
Okay. The next slide, 32, this is again showing the same type of information, the same contact for an individual named Matt Nurse and his phone number between the defendant's phone and Baker's phone 101.
Correct.
And also a contact for a phone number with, does this appear to be
This is so.
no name?
Well, yeah, it's adult talent management.
Okay.
However, on Monica's device, that's actually a recent log, so it's not an actual contact entry that was manually entered into the device. It could have been just associated with the device in some unknown manner.
When you say manually entered, meaning that the phone number was dialed?
It could have been anything. If you look at the source file,
Yes.
you see the library mail recents. You'd have to go into that database and figure out how that phone number was placed into her device, but it wasn't. The user didn't manually enter that phone number as a contact entry into her device based on the screenshot.
Okay. So it's not a contact, but it was somehow manually entered the phone number.
No.
So exactly what is it?
It's not manually, and Monica didn't manually enter that phone number into her device. It was just associated with the device at some point, which could have been through a mass text like without looking at the database. There's no way to know how it landed on the device. It could have been through like a text message or third-party application association. It's just the same phone number that was on both devices.
Got it. On the item 101 belonging to Baker, he has a title as Adult Talent Management, ATM, and he has that under details as a work phone number associated.
Correct.
Moving on to the next slide. We were just you just mentioned third-party applications. In this case, Viber. What is a third-party application?
Third-party apps are those that give you added functionality to your mobile devices. Most people have iPhones or Google Androids. Third-party applications are those which you can download from the Play Store or the iTunes Store from Apple. And they give you added functionality to your mobile device that's not on your device when you first purchase it.
What does added functionality mean?
It could be anything. There's millions of apps that give you different things that you can do with your mobile device. So you can play games, do things that's not by default installed on your device.
Okay. So it's an application you have to actually download, as you just described.
Viber is a third-party app that you have to download.
Is it also a messaging app?
Yeah, it's a messaging. If you go to the next slide, they'll tell you exactly what it is. It's a third-party app that allows you to connect to other people. It's similar to Facebook or WhatsApp. It's a third-party messaging app that allows you to make calls and video messages and utilize their platform to connect to individuals.
So you can use it to, let's say, make a video call similar to like a FaceTime call on an iPhone?
I'm just, because this was in 2018, it's a yes, it looks like yes.
Okay. Also, you could make an audio call, a regular phone call.
Yes.
You can text, send a message.
Yes.
Okay. The following slide is that's basically something you pulled off the internet regarding what Viber is and does.
Correct.
Okay. And the following slide, slide 37, same thing, more information regarding Viber.
Correct.
All right. And then what do we see in slide 38?
These are Monica's iCloud records that were seized by LAPD that were provided to me, and this is just a screenshot of one of the Excel spreadsheets that come back from Apple.
When you say seized by LAPD, in terms of the iCloud records as well as the cell phone extracts, would those all have been provided via a search warrant?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see here relative to her iCloud records and Viber?
This is zoomed out. It's just, these are various records that Apple stored for Viber, and the different columns has different information that Apple is storing for the specific user.
And what do we see here in slide 39?
So in the third column where you see the arrow on the left is Monica Sementilli's phone number ending in 4213. And then the other arrow you can see content name Viber Messenger.
So this shows us from her iCloud records that she is using Viber in order to, as you said, to make calls or messages, things of that nature.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
If you look at the content name, you can see the Viber Messenger. There's activity with Viber.
So it shows you specifically Viber Messenger, correct?
Correct.
Looking at the following slide, what does this indicate?
This is the create, that column, create _ TS is creation timestamp. That is the Viber Messenger install date for Viber on Monica's device.
So in other words, she installed Viber Messenger, as you talked about before, through an app store, online app store, downloaded it to her phone on April 9th, 2016.
Objection, conclusion not founded.
It's overruled. It's expert opinion.
Correct.
Looking at the next slide, what do we see here? This would be slide 41.
These are password tokens for item 119 for filtered for Viber.
What does that mean?
As you can see, there's 188 entries, and if you look in the upper right corner, you can see I filtered for Viber, and those are the 4 entries that are filtered for Viber. And if you look at the data, that is like a token that is stored for that specific application and account.
So in other words, she has Viber stored on her device with a password,
Correct.
showing the keychain for it.
It's labeled as device key.
Okay. And what do we see on the next slide here?
The column highlighted are application updates for the actual application itself.
So it shows that not only did she download Viber Messenger app onto her phone, but it had been updated, the app had been updated multiple times. Is that right?
Apple is recording that there are updates and re-download. If you look at the third row in the upper left corner, it says iTunes update and re-download details.
And again, it also has an associated email that we saw on her phone, number 119, the Kalmati-Bo@Hotmail.
Correct, the 5th column.
And in the top left, it shows that it's the update is through iTunes, correct?
Correct. It says Apple, it's iTunes data.
Showing you the next slide. Does this indicate the last time that the Viber Messenger app was updated on the defendant's phone?
Yes.
That would be April 1st of 2017.
No, that's January 4th. It's month.
Sorry.
It's year, month, day.
Thank you. And what do we see here on the next slide, slide 44?
These are Viber log entries from item 119.
Okay. And are these entries that occurred between January 17th and January 23rd, the date of the murder?
This specific screenshot is from April 30th, 2016 through November 12th, 2016. So it might be on the next slide.
Let me go back one slide to this slide we were just at. When we see log entries 4,234, what does that indicate?
That there were 4,234 log entries that were parsed by Celebrate, physical analyzer.
For Viber? Specific to
No,
Viber?
no, total log entries. This is filtered for Viber.
And the next slide, what do we see here?
These are continuation. As you can see, it's continued from November 12th, 2016 through January 23rd, 2017.
And the January 23rd, the date of the murder, that would be, it says 7:21 UTC -8. What does UTC -8 mean?
UTC, Universal Coordinated Time. UTC 0 is the time zone in England. And the way that mobile devices count time is they count seconds from a epoch time. And so when you see the -8, that's adjusted for here in California. So for January 23rd, third, the last row, 2017 at 7:21. And you see -8. That is 7:21 a.m. here in Los Angeles.
And what do we see here on the next slide? I think this is 46.
These are call log entries from item 119, filtered for item 121.
Okay. Are these all call log entries through Viber? If we look at the source in the far right column.
Correct, but not all of them are Viber audio. They might, those calls might have been through the default application, not Viber.
Okay.
So if it's not listed as Viber, it's not associated with Viber.
Okay. Viber audio meaning, as we discussed before, making a call through the Viber app.
Correct.
And all of these entries here to Baker's cell phone, Galaxy cell phone ending in 1093, as we see his name, Luisa, and all of them.
Correct.
Right. And this shows us a date range, I believe, on this particular slide, from October of 2016 through just November of 2016, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And looking at the next slide, is this a continuation of the same?
Correct. From November 6th, 2016 through December 15th, 2016.
And again, all to Baker's cell phone, correct?
Correct, item 121.
Okay. And again, in the next slide, 48, a continuation of the same.
Correct. From December 15th, 2016 through January 1st, 2017.
And again, slide 49, call log entries continued. Same thing again.
Correct. From January 1st, 2017 through January 18th, 2017.
Would it be safe to say that based on the slides we just looked at, that there were voluminous calls from the defendant to Baker's cell phone ending in 1093 or the number 121 device?
There were phone calls made between the two. I think voluminous is arbitrary.
Okay. When you do a cell phone extraction, does it necessarily provide you all of the data? Or is it possible that you don't even have all the data that would indicate call log entries between the two devices? Like, is that dependent on where it's stored in the phone and whether it actually gets extracted?
So the device that's pulled from these, or the extractions that are pulled from these devices, depends on various factors. Depends on if it's logical extraction or a file system extraction, or if it's a physical extraction. You can't do physical extractions on iPhones because of the encryption. So whenever people are saying, do you pull all of the data, it's very circumstantial, and it depends on various factors. So this is the information we have. This is the information that I was able to analyze based on the types of extractions that were conducted on those devices.
So again, the answer to the question would be then no, you don't necessarily get all of the data.
Not necessarily.
Showing slide 50, what do we see here?
This is an installed application from Mr. Baker's item 101 for Viber.
Okay. And the next slide, slide 51, what do we see here?
This is a filtered view of Mr. Baker's web history for Viber.
Okay. Did you find any indication that either the defendant on her device 119 or Baker on either of his devices used Viber again post date of the murder, 1/23 of 2017?
No.
Okay. Now we have a slide here, 52, that says calendar entries. What do we see in slide 53 for device 101?
Device 101, Mr. Baker's device for a calendar entry. He has a subject of Monica lesson entered into his device for December 21st, 2015.
Okay. And now the next slide, slide 54, indicates Wi-Fi. What do we see here in slide 55?
This is item 101, a wireless network entry for a Wi-Fi network named Retired 99 with a GPS location artifact.
And the GPS location artifact, did that indicate to you that it was consistent with Baker's home network?
Yes, it was near Mr. Baker's home residence.
Okay. Showing you slide 56. What do we see here?
These are passwords from Mr. Baker's item 101. The highlighted Wi-Fi network in the second column is the Sementilli _5G ext.
So he has the Sementilli Wi-Fi password stored in his phone?
Yes, there is a data entry for the password.
Okay. Showing you the next slide, slide 57. What do we see here?
This is a wireless network entry for the Sementilli _5G ext wireless network.
And that date is June 28th of 2016 at 8:28 in the morning?
Correct.
And did you pull or take a screenshot of this because you were aware that June 28th, 2016 was the date that the defendant upgraded her home DVR system?
Objection, facts not evidence. Foundation, no foundation.
Sustained.
Did you take a screenshot relative to this particular date because you knew it was relevant to the case in some manner?
Yes.
And were you made aware that on June 28th of 2016, the defendant upgraded her home DVR system?
Objection, legal.
It's irrelevant. Sustained on that ground.
Nevertheless, it appears that the Baker's device 101 connected to the Sementilli residence's home Wi-Fi on that particular date at that particular time, correct?
There is a entry for connection for that specific time.
And date.
Yes, that time and date. There's an entry for that time and date for that wireless network on Mr. Baker's device.
Okay. Showing you the next slide, slide 58. What do we see here?
These are wireless networks for item 119, and the highlighted entry is for the Sementilli _5G ext Wi-Fi network name.
And if we look at the column where it says SSID, does it look like that same network is connecting, or that this device is connecting to that network on other dates as well?
So the column that's for the BSSID, that's a unique number for a router. So you can have multiple networks on a router. You can name your network whatever you want, but that BSSID, if you look at the last four entries, you'll see that it's E457. If you go back a slide to Mr. Baker's device, please.
Yes.
You see that the E457, the BSSID, is for the same router. That's a unique number for a router.
So once again, more corroborating evidence that Baker's phone 101 connected to the Sementilli router, their Wi-Fi, on June 28th of 2016 at approximately 8:28 in the morning.
Objection, argument, testifying.
Sustained.
Is this corroborative evidence of the same of what you told us before?
It's the same router that they're connecting to. Those entries are for the same router.
So her phone and Baker's phone are connected to the same router, the Sementilli router.
Yeah, though it's the same router for this. It's the same router that they're connecting the wireless network on.
Okay. And if we look at the next slide, I think this is 59. Yes. What are we seeing here?
This is, I forgot this slide was in there, but this is actually showing the same router that we were discussing.
Okay. With both of the devices connecting to that same Sementilli router.
Correct.
Okay. And now we have a slide that you have labeled IDMSS Lite Apps. Slide 60. Let's look at 61. Is this a screenshot that you took off the internet?
Correct. These are screenshots that I took on March 29th, 2018.
Okay. And so this particular application, is this another third-party application?
Correct.
All right. And is this an application that allows for live video streaming?
Correct.
Showing you the next slide, slide 62. Again, are these more slides of screenshots that you took relative to the IDMSS Lite app for iPhones?
Yes.
And what do we see in slide 63, please?
The publisher website, you'll see that it's a address to dahuatech.com. I just highlighted that the release date was for that specific version for the IDMSS product release date.
Okay. And the slide after that, slide 64.
Yeah,
What does this indicate?
That's the publisher website, so that's the company that actually makes the third-party app.
All right. And same thing, more information regarding this third-party app in slide 65
Correct.
and 66.
Yeah, so this is the website for the dahuatech.com website that was listed as the publisher website for the IDMSS application.
Okay, what do we see here in slide 67 relative to the defendant's iPhone 119?
So you will see that there are log entries from item 119 filtered for IDMSS, and that there are 2 password entries for that application.
Stored on her phone?
Correct.
And does it indicate here 7 different dates where she connected through this IDMSS Lite app on her phone, including the date of the murder?
There are entries. There are log entries for that application on those dates. You'd have to read the actual log entry to ascertain what it's actually logging.
Okay. And if we look at the one for January 23rd, 2017, does that have a time that's adjusted for California?
Correct. That will be 3:53 p.m.
Okay.
California time.
Morning recess for 15
All right.
minutes. The admission applies. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Present all council present, jury, and also present. So I received another update, advisory. Oh no. It's the same as I've gotten for the last few days. I looked outside. My window faces across the street, the city hall and stuff. I saw nothing. Not a thing. Yesterday and the day before it didn't start till lunchtime. So I don't know what to tell you, but I'm just passing on what what they tell me. But it looks good outside. It looks wet, but it looks good. Mr. Gibson, you're under oath. People may continue.
Mr. Gibson, during the break, my partner and I asked you about the slides relating to the IDMSS Lite app, starting at slide 62. Just so that there's no confusion, when you indicated on slide 63 a release for a specific version, October of 2017, there were prior versions. This just was happened to be a snapshot you took online of one particular version, correct?
Correct. This screenshot was taken in March of 2018. That was the actual date was on a previous slide. You'll see that the version highlighted for the release date is for version 3.49.001.
Okay. So the application was obviously there was a version of it that was available at the time of the murder, as we saw with respect to the defendant's connection to that app on January 23rd.
Correct.
All right. Thank you for clarifying. I think we left off. Okay. Yes. And as we see, again, in slide 67, there obviously was a version that was available all the way back on June 30th of 2016.
A version of the IDMSS Lite app. Yes.
Okay. Because this particular slide that you put together showed the connections through that application on device 119, correct?
Correct.
All right. What do we see here on slide 69, please?
This is from item 101. The Gmail. It's a email from Diane at rball1.com to Rob at oeg1.com.
So what does that tell us?
That there was an email on June 28th, 2016 at 2:41 p.m.
Okay.
California time. And the contents are going to be on the subsequent slide.
Okay. And on the next slide, what do we see here in slide 70? Looks like two documents, screenshots of two documents.
No, it's the same document. It's just a continuation as you scroll down because you can't screenshot the entire email, so you have to do it in parts. This email was, it's part of an email chain, and you can see that there's, on the screenshot that's in the foreground, you'll see temporary password and instructions for ActiveX, which it looks like this is like the pretense for the IDMSS app as you keep scrolling through the email, from my recollection.
So if we look at the top left, this appears to be an email that came from the defendant from her Hotmail account to Diane@arball1.com.
Yeah, so in the upper left corner, you'll see that calmati-mo@hotmail sent Diane@arball1.com forwarded the email on June 28th, 2016 at 1:32 p.m.
So she is forwarding the instructions relating to the DVR, as we discussed previously, that contains her user ID number, her password, and her IP address.
I don't know if that's her IP address. I'd have to. That's not going to be her. That's probably where. I don't know why the IP address is in there.
Okay.
That's probably for the publisher website.
Okay. Let's say it is her IP address. Would that again be forwarding her information for her system, including her unique identifiers, to this individual, Diane@arball?
Objection, leading on next.
Overruled.
There's a user ID and password for that account. I actually had to read the fine print. If you read the fine print, after it says hello, you can watch your surveillance system remotely via Internet Explorer or Firefox. So actually reading it, if a person was able to enter that 104.181.138.147 on your web browser, it will take you to a website where if you enter that 111, or excuse me, user ID user, and then if you enter the password 111, you'll be able to access that live feed.
Okay. For the DVR system.
Correct. That's the instructions from the tech support. So there was a tech support email that was sent to the calmati-mo hotmail
Yes.
on June 28th, 1:37 a.m. California time, forwarding those instructions on how to access the system on that date.
Okay. And then the defendant went and forwarded that set of instructions on to this Diane@arball1.
Correct, at 1:32.
Okay. And what do we see on the next slide, which is slide 71?
These are as you can read, they're the iPhone instructions to live view the cameras, giving you the information to download those applications, the application for the IDMSS Lite from the App Store, and then you can read, if you get the address for the domain, the 104, that's the IP address to access the feed.
Okay. To the home.
I don't know if it's to the home. It's instructions on how it's user account information for an IDMSS live feed on the app.
And then you found this on device 101 relating to Mr. Baker, correct?
Correct. This email was from 101.
Okay. And what do we see here in the next slide, 72?
That's just the end of the email from the tech support team for the application.
Okay. And what do we see here on slide 73 relating to unallocated space that we talked about previously?
So item 101 had the SD card inside of the phone. SD cards are typically used to store pictures and videos, expand your memory allocation for your device. And the SD card had videos and pictures that were still on the SD card but not overwritten.
So they had been deleted However, you were still able to see them because they hadn't been overwritten.
I used the X-Ways forensic software to be able to view those pictures that were not allocated on the SD card.
Meaning they were deleted,
Yes.
as you've indicated on this slide.
Yes.
And this slide originally, although it's been now altered, contained numerous photos and videos of the defendant when she was naked, correct?
What do you mean by altered?
We removed the photos that you had originally on this slide.
Okay. Yeah, but this is a true and accurate representation of what I saw. So if you took photos out, that's fine. So what is the? Can you rephrase the question? Because I got stuck on that, and I needed to address that.
You you observed, and included, although we've now removed those, photos and videos of the defendant naked on the SD card from the unallocated deleted space.
Objection, relevance is negated.
I already ruled on this earlier. It's overruled.
Go ahead.
I don't remember if they were on the SD card or if they were on it. There were naked pictures of Mrs. Sementilli on the devices. Whether it was on this specific SD card, I can't remember.
Show you a document with a picture of that slide in a different format. Let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Okay.
Does
Yes.
it?
Yes.
And were there, in fact, naked photos of the defendant and video on this particular SD card in the deleted space? And here's another picture.
Yes.
And in looking at those photos, were those photos that indicated in the data that you saw were taken on July 7th of 2016?
There's a timestamp for July 7th, 2016. There's also a picture for August 15th.
13?
Oh, I'm sorry. July 7th, 2016 and August 15th, 2016.
Thank you. So a couple different dates. July 7th, and the second one was what date, did you say?
It's August. It looks like it's August 15th, 2016, but it might also be June. It's hard. It's hard to tell.
Okay.
It
Thank
might
you.
be June or August. I can't tell if it's a 6 or an 8.
I do have a magnifying glass. Does that help or no?
Apparently, yes.
Yeah, let's try it.
It's from the previous judge, who was an older guy.
I just got these, so. Yeah, it's August. It's August.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Showing you slide 74. Did that appear to be screenshots that you took of the defendant that were in the undeleted or on the allocated space? They had not yet been deleted, of her on the racquetball court.
These are pictures that are allocated or available for viewing on the device. And you can see that there's racquetball, and then the picture in the middle is in a racquetball court with individuals.
And again, you might need that there it is, magnifying glass. I'm going to need that too. Did those photos appear to indicate that they were taken October 10th of 2016?
It's November 11th. So if you look at the file
November
name,
11th. Is that 2016?
2016. So this particular Android naming nomenclature for pictures taken has the date and time embedded on the file name. So you can tell that the highlighted top file was taken on November 10th, 2016 at 18:57 and 44 seconds, UTC 0 without the, actually let me backtrack. I don't know if it's adjusted for local time or UTC.
Okay. We look at the next slide, slide 75. What do we see here?
This is a call log for item 119 to item 121.
Okay. Is that continued on the next slide? 76?
Well, for the next slide, is this showing the next slide or?
Yeah. So here's 75. Here's slide 76.
Okay. Yes.
Same thing.
Continuation. Yes.
Yep. Slide 77. Continuation.
Continuation.
Okay. Of communications between the defendant's device and Baker's device 121.
Correct.
And what is this that we see in slide 78?
This is a photograph or an image that is on item 119, and this device or this picture was taken on January 21st, 2017.
Okay. At 21:59 hours.
Yes, at 9:59 p.m. California time.
Okay. So now let's move on to the date of the homicide. If we start with slide 80, what do we see here?
This is a log entry for Viber from item 119
Okay.
for January 23rd, 2017.
At 7:21 in the morning?
Correct.
Okay. What is a log entry?
It can be. It's just a record of app usage. This particular one, you'd have to look and see what it actually is
Okay.
to understand the details of what this log specifically is saying. But there is a log entry for that date and time.
Of usage of the Viber app.
Correct.
Okay. And what do we see in slide 81, please?
This is a wireless network connection for item 101 to the retired 99 Wi-Fi network.
So it shows that Baker's device 101 is connecting to his home Wi-Fi network.
There's an entry for January 23rd at 9:45 in the morning for
Okay.
his network.
And the next slide, 82, what do we see here?
This is a instant message from, or excuse me, it's an instant message on item 119 from Mr. Sementilli at 12:31 p.m. California time, where Mr. Sementilli sent the message, "Hi babe, just got home."
Okay. And looking at slide 83, what do we see here that you documented?
This is a text message from a contact named Bella, where they sent the message, "I'm getting lunch, how much is on my card?"
Okay. And that's at 12:37?
12:37 p.m. Correct.
All right. And the next slide, is that a continuation of this text string?
Yeah, yes.
That's at 12:39
Yes.
with an amount?
Yes, it's 17 and then the dollar sign.
Okay. Moving on to slide 85. What do we see here?
This is a chat message. These are text messages where Monica is sending a message on January 23rd at 12:46 p.m. We are on our way home, and then a follow-up message of did it get fixed, where she's messaging Mr. Sementilli.
Okay. Looking at the next slide, 86. What do we see here?
There's a 34-second outgoing call record to Mr. Sementilli.
Okay. Slide 87. Can you describe what we see here?
It's another entry for a wireless network for Mr. Baker's item 101 to his retired 99 Wi-Fi network.
So he's connecting back to his home Wi-Fi at that time at 1:07 in the afternoon?
1:07 p.m.
Okay. Next slide, slide 88. Is this another chat message?
This is from Mr. Baker's item 101 to Sean McCollum,
Okay.
also on January 23rd, 2017.
Does it look like is it an incoming message from Sean McCollum to Baker?
The one highlighted is coming from Sean, and then Mr. Baker responds with, yes, he is legit, and then the response from Sean is okay.
Okay. Slide 89. Can you tell us what we're seeing here?
It's another instant message where item 119 sends a message of text me after the interview and let me know when you're on your way. I'm making patina and corn for dinner.
Okay. Slide 90. Does there appear to be a response to the defendant's text to her daughter Bella?
Yes, she responds with the KK.
Okay. And that's at 1:53 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Slide 91. Is this a continuation or another text or an instant message from the defendant to Bella at 3:17?
Yes, where she responds with good luck, my love, and a heart.
Okay. And the next slide, slide 92, does that appear to be a response from Bella back to her mother at 3:18?
Yes.
Okay. And what do we see here on slide 93?
This screenshot was provided by LAPD, where it's labeled Mrs. Sementilli's leaving at 3:26.
Okay. And what do we see in slide 94?
That there was a outgoing call log entry at 3:37 p.m. To a contact entry, Jesse.
Okay. Slide 95. Is there a body or a text that the defendant sends to this individual, Jesse, at 3:40?
Yes, it's don't be late for babysitting.
Okay. And the next slide, 96, is there a response from Jessica at 3:41?
Yes, and the response is I won't, LOL.
Slide 97, what do we see here?
This is a log entry for that IDMSS application at 3:53 p.m.
Okay. And so this shows item 119 is connecting to the app at that particular time.
There's a log entry that was made at that time, once again, you'd have to actually look into that file to see what was actually happening for that specific log entry.
So if you were to look at the IMS light usage records, you might be able to determine that.
Objection, stipulation.
What's the rule?
That's what you're talking about?
If you look at the source file, the data usage, the hyperlink underneath the source file, you'd have to look into that specific file and just see what information, where the Celebrite application is pulling this information from, and be able to authenticate like what is being relayed and what that timestamp means.
Okay. Looking at slide 98, what do we see here?
This is another screenshot that was provided by LAPD, where the two suspects were caught on camera at 4:32 p.m.
Okay. And the next slide, 99. What do we see here at 4:22 in the afternoon?
This is a call that was missed on item 119 at 4:22 p.m. From Bella.
Looking at the next slide, 100, does that look like the defendant calls Bella back at 4:24?
It doesn't look like it. There's an outgoing call where she calls Bella.
Okay. And the next slide, 101, what does this indicate?
There were two phone calls to Joseph Cohen on January 23rd at 4:27 and 4:28.
Joseph Cohen, OD, so a doctor of optometry. Yes?
It might be I wish I was smart enough to know what OD means.
Okay. And that's at 4:27:13.
Where'd you get the 13?
Let me move to the next. There's two. I think if we look at this slide and this slide, does it appear that there are two phone calls going on? In other words, while the defendant is still on the phone with Bella, she's also on the other line with this particular location? This
Correct.
person?
Correct. They could have been simultaneous, like within the minute.
Okay.
You're not getting the seconds. I know that I parsed out the seconds, but for this particular slide, I didn't get down to the seconds.
Okay. And let's look at the next slide. Slide 102. Does this indicate the time that the defendant's call with Bella ends?
Yes.
Okay.
So, just for clarification, I remember actually going to the source file and looking at the actual entry for the timestamp to see the actual time when that call would have ended. So that way there's clarification as far as the actual seconds.
Okay.
Because you're not getting the seconds in the timestamp call logs.
And then if we look at the next slide, 103, does this then show the end of the call with Joseph Cohen, OD, at 4:28:10?
Correct.
Okay. Slide 104, what do we see here?
The second phone call ends at 4:28 and 51 seconds.
Okay. What do we see in slide 105, please?
That's a screenshot that was provided by LAPD. And from what I remember, the red circle is Mrs. Sementilli, and the timestamp is the target date and time.
Okay. 4:32 and 12 seconds, yes?
Correct.
Okay. Showing you slide 106. Let's move on to 107. What do we see here? Is this again another screenshot you received from LAPD?
Correct.
And what does it show?
The two individuals, the two suspects running toward the Sementilli home on the corner of Wells and Oakdale at 4:18:35.
Okay. Slide 108. What do we see here?
The This is the Queen Victoria surveillance camera, January 23rd at 4:54:52, and it's labeled as Isabella returning home.
Okay. With a red Fiat in the photograph.
It's a red car.
Okay. Next slide, slide 109.
This is the surveillance camera at 5:03 and 30 seconds p.m. And it's labeled Mrs. Sementilli returning home.
Okay. Appears to be some type of a black truck.
Correct.
Slide 110. What do we see here?
There's a timestamp entry for the retired 99 wireless network at 5:09 p.m.
So Baker's phone 101 is connecting now back to his home network.
Correct.
Slide 111. What does this show?
This is a screenshot of the timeline that Physical Analyzer put various artifacts together, and this particular timeline is providing a snapshot between 5:22 p.m. California time and 8:13 p.m.
So, go ahead.
Yeah. So you'll see the first entries are various call logs where there's incoming and outgoing calls. The incoming calls were missed. There's no duration. There's a couple of outgoing calls, and then there's text messages that begin at 8:06 and they continue on.
Okay. So calls and messages between that time frame.
Correct.
Showing you slide 112. What do we see here? Does this appear to be another text message exchange?
This is another text message exchange between Sean McCollum and item 101.
Okay. And does this start at looks like maybe 5:19 p.m.?
Correct.
All right. And discussing something to do with the racquetball league?
Whatever the C sheet tonight is referring to is what the message is. I don't know what that would refer to.
Okay, so the defendant is telling Sean McCullum to look at some kind of a sheet.
No, Sean sent that message. Mr. Baker's item 101 responded with okay.
Okay. And then there's another response back?
Correct. Sean sends the message of any idea how I can court or how I can get a court on Wednesday.
How I can what?
How I can get a court on Wednesdays at 5:30.
Okay. And this is on January 23rd, correct?
Correct.
Between 5:19 and 7:37 p.m.?
Objection, Ms. Say says 23rd.
I'm sorry, it's overruled.
The timestamps are 5:19 p.m. California time, and the response is at 5:51 p.m.
Okay. Let's look at the next slide. Slide 113. What does this show?
This is a conversation that was done on the Hangouts between Sean McCollum and item 101. Between 7:37 p.m. and going to the 24th of January at 2:44 p.m.
Okay. And this is a conversation on the 24th where Baker says he'll be figuring it out tonight. Correct?
Correct.
Looking at the next slide, is this a continuation of the messages from January 24th, now taking us from 2:44 in the afternoon to 2:49 p.m.?
Correct.
Where Baker's indicating he has the flu?
Correct.
Okay. And in this message, does he mention anything with respect to the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
at 2:48 on the 24th and January 24th, Mr. Baker sends the message, then word of Monica husband, bid num since.
Okay. So look at the next slide, 115. What do we see here?
This is a picture that was on Mrs. Sementilli's phone that was taken on January 25th at 9:52.
In the morning?
Yeah, sorry, 9:52 in the morning.
Thank you. And then the next slide, 116, you indicated the defendant and Baker immediately stopped using the Viber app after the homicide and began using WhatsApp.
Correct.
What do we see here on the next slide, 117?
The screenshot on the left is a chat thread between Christopher Austin and Mr. Baker.
Okay.
Facebook Messenger application.
Facebook Messenger app?
Correct.
And what is the message?
Well, there's three. The first message from Christopher Austin is "My bad, UNC," and then it's not even a word. It's MR vocal C1 sir. And then there's a response of "Download WhatsApp on your phone," and then another message 4 months later where Mr. Baker sends "You good."
Okay. And the message from Baker to Austin to download WhatsApp, what's the date of that text message or Facebook message? Excuse me.
January 26, 2017, 2:04 a.m. California time.
Okay. And does the contact here contain details relative to Chris Austin's cell phone under participant on the left screen, side
Yes.
of the screen?
Yes, it's the phone number is 505-977-7435.
And if we look to the contacts on the right side of the screen, does it appear that Chris Austin is saved as a contact with mobile and home phone numbers as well as an address in Baker's item 101?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit 118. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
It's a screenshot of the previous chat message that we saw on the previous slide, just highlighting the date and time that message was sent, regarding the download WhatsApp, and then a screenshot of Chris Austin's contact entry on 101.
Okay. And looking at 119, slide 119, what does this indicate between the defendant's device 119 and Baker's device 121?
This is a call log from item 119 to item 121 between January 27th, 2017 and June 8th, 2017.
What do we see in the next slide? 120. Continuation of the same?
Continuation between June 8th and June 10th, 2017.
And slide 121?
These are call logs between item 119 and 121 between June 10th and June 13th.
And slide 122?
It's the same June 13th through the 14th.
they are communicating via another third-party app, this time WhatsApp.
Correct. These are WhatsApp call logs registered from the WhatsApp application.
And when we see WhatsApp in certain columns under source versus WhatsApp audio, can you explain the distinction for us? If there is any.
Well, there is. So if you look at the date and timestamps, you're actually getting 2 entries per call. There. Oh, go back. So if you look at the timestamp, you're going to see the same timestamps. For example, the top 2 rows at 13:09. That's the same phone call. It's just probably it's 2 entries for the same call, and the physical analyzer is representing both call entries, one through the WhatsApp audio and then WhatsApp. So it's parsing the same information twice, or it's parsing the same phone call twice.
Okay.
So don't confuse that there's like 20 rows. It's not 20 calls, it's 10 calls.
Okay.
You have to look at the timestamps. So it's just different way, or it's just been parsed twice by the software.
Okay. Thank you. Showing you, I think this is slide 123. What do we see here?
This is a call log screenshot from item 119, filtered for item 101 on April 23rd, 2017 through June 2nd, 2017. And in that time frame, there was one text message sent on the 25th, 2017 at 5:55 p.m. California time.
And in terms of the call log, how the defendant has this phone number for 101 that ends in 2325, she has the name Al next to it that we see in red that you've captured, correct?
Correct. The contact entry for item 101 is Al.
Okay. Looking at slide 124, can you tell us what you've captured here?
These are calendar entries from item 121 from June 26, 2017. Or, excuse me, this is descending order, so it's April 12th, 2017 through June 26th, 2017.
Okay. And in terms of what's captured here, does it show various flights to different locations, such as Los Angeles, Vancouver, Las Vegas, and flight to Burbank, Portland, things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to May 3rd, 2017 through May 5th of 2017, does this calendar show flights going to Las Vegas and then back to LA?
From May 3rd to the 5th.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What do we see here in slide 125?
This is calendar entries from item 82, with various flights logged in the calendar entries.
And do we see for the same dates we just talked about on the previous slide relating to 121, the same dates, May 3rd to May 5th, a flight going to Las Vegas and then returning to Los Angeles in the same time period?
Correct.
Showing you the next slide, 126. What did you capture here?
This is it's a picture that is on Mrs. Sementilli's phone. This was in a text message thread.
Okay. Looks like to the right it's a text message thread, and it has a photograph of a airline reservation through Air Canada.
You don't see a picture of the chat thread. I can just tell that it's from a chat thread based on the locate. If you look at the path of the file where it's stored, you'll see the SMS attachments. So I know that it's part of a chat thread. So it's part of a chat thread. The picture itself is a Air Canada booking confirmation picture.
LAX to Toronto.
Yes.
The next slide, 128.
Yeah, this is a.
Sorry, 127.
Yeah, this is a closer version of the previous picture where you can see the actual flight information.
Okay. And looking at 128, what do we see here?
This is another picture that is on Mrs. Sementilli's phone. That was also part of a chat thread.
This looks like to be a photograph for the Venetian in Las Vegas, a cash-out voucher for gambling for $268.
Yes.
And captured date and time, March 23rd of 2017 at 21:53 hours.
Correct.
Okay. And what do we see in the next slide where you have two photographs?
Yeah, there's two more pictures that were on Mrs. Sementilli's phone, captured on March 25th, 2017 and March 26th, 2017.
And to look at that, you're looking at the location where it says metadata, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's what tells you what time the photograph is taken, as well as the date, correct?
Yes.
The one on the left, March 25th, 2017 at 22:11 hours, so that would be what, 10:11 p.m.?
Yes.
And the one on the right, March 26th of 2017 at 1:15 in the morning.
Correct.
Looking at the next slide, 130, again, it looks like there's two photographs here. What are we looking at here, please?
This is another picture that's on Mrs. Sementilli's phone of a flight information from Los Angeles to LAS airport.
On April 12th of 2017, looks like to Toronto flying business class.
It's April 23rd, 2017.
April 23rd, okay. Thank you. Slide 111, again, two photographs. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
This is an email that is on.
I'm sorry. Let me correct the record. Sorry to interrupt you. It's 131. Slide 131.
Weird. This is an email from item number 82. It's an email from Air Canada to the Kalmati Mo Hotmail address, and it's for Monica and Jessica from LA to Toronto.
Okay. The one just before, slide 130. Okay, that's the one for April 23rd, and then 131 relating to travel on
The departure date is scheduled for April 12th, 2017.
Okay.
It's on the third line in the body.
I see. Thank you. Next next slide, with a photograph, actually it looks like, yes, a photograph in the defendant's device 119. What is this?
This is a picture captured May 3rd, 2017, 11:21 in the morning, and it's a picture of Mr. Baker and Mr. Birdsong.
Al Birdsong, correct?
Yes.
So this would be during that same time period that we looked at on prior slides, where both the defendant and Baker were in Las Vegas, correct?
Objection, facts not evidence.
Overrule.
The picture is May 3rd, 2017,
Yes.
at 11:21 in the morning.
Okay. That would be the same time period that we previously looked at between the defendant's device and Baker's device, May 3rd to May 5th of 2017, when they're in
Correct.
Las Vegas, correct?
Correct.
Looking at the next photograph or the next slide from the defendant's device 119, what did you capture here?
This is a picture that was taken on May 3rd, 2017 at 11:54 of Mrs. Sementilli, Mr. Baker, and Mr. Birdsong.
And what did you capture here in slide 134?
This is a image that's also on Mrs. Sementilli's phone. That was captured on May 3rd, 2017 at 9:01 p.m.
Okay. And in the next slide, 135, same thing?
It's the same thing. It's a picture that resides on her phone.
Okay. And looking at slide 136, what is this?
This is a picture that resides on the phone at this was captured at May 3rd, 2017 at 8:26 p.m. And this one has location data, which puts the location north of East Flamingo Road in Las Vegas.
Looking at slide 137, what do we see here?
This is another picture. It's captured at 8:26. It's just the picture that resides on Mrs. Sementilli's phone.
The photograph that includes the defendant, Baker, and Mr. Birdsong in the back, as well as others.
Yes.
Okay. Looking at slide 138, what did you capture here from defendant's phone?
It's a picture that was taken at 7:04 p.m. on May 3rd, 2017.
This appears to be a picture of Mr. Baker and some kind of belly dancer.
Correct.
Okay. Slide 139.
This is an email from item 82 to Monica the Calmadimo at Hotmail and Bernard Preisman.
Okay.
And just looking at it's might be a little confusing because it's based on the context of the body. It says I'm gone the 26th and 31st, so this might be Celebrate Physical Analyzer not misinterpreting, but placing those emails in the wrong location. So if you notice that there's no from or to, so this would trying to read the other data.
This is
Yeah.
the defendant basically saying she's going to be gone the 26th to the 31st, correct?
Correct.
And she's referring to May because after that sentence she says, then gone again June 9th to the 13th, Monica Sementilli, correct?
Well, yes, that's the body of the message. I was just trying to clarify the front too,
Okay.
because it's a little confusing.
Slide 140, 2 photographs. What do we see here?
This is a screenshot of an itinerary regarding a Toronto to New York flight. And it's timestamped May 12th, 2017.
Looking at slide 141, it's titled Web History. What does this indicate?
This is web history entries for item 82 for June 7th, 2017, 1:23 p.m. through 1:37 p.m.
And what do we see in terms of what the defendant is researching based on her web history on her tablet, item 82?
The web page titles.
Yes.
So in the browser, the web page titles themselves. The one that's highlighted is, do the police have the right to tap my telephone? It's from FindLaw. And then 6 cell phone tap signs, and then a continuation of various cell phone tapping by police.
Okay. So she's querying, researching on, through her web browser, these different subjects.
There are code entries for web pages titled cell phone being tapped by police, and the theme being tapped.
And the bottom one being the police can't read your messages, but here's what they can see.
Correct.
Okay. Looking at slide 142. What is this?
This is a picture that's on Mrs. Sementilli's phone with the timestamp of June 7th, 2017, 2:21 p.m.
Okay. Appears to be to the right a screenshot she took of an email from a Jean Parshall.
The picture itself is a picture that was sent in a chat thread. Once again, it's in the SMS folder for the attachments. So the picture was sent in communication, and it is for email correspondence between Jean Parshall and Monica.
Okay. And that's Detective Parshall's information with the LAPD that we see there on the right at the bottom of the email?
Correct. It's in the lower left corner of the email.
Okay. And what do we see on the next slide, please?
This is actually it's labeled as email, but it's once again, this is software interpretation. Physical Analyzer classified it as email, but it's a recent contact. So Jean Parshall email address of what I'm assuming is badge number 30601 at lapd.online.
Okay. And the next slide, what do we see here?
This is a reference to a deleted MMS message. With the attachment, you'll see the image _9926.jpg.
So is that a screenshot or a photograph that was taken of the message from Detective Parshall that was later sent as an attachment and then deleted?
Correct. So, yes.
Showing you slide 145. What did you capture here with these two photos?
It's another picture from Mrs. Sementilli's phone of a trim confirmation and receipt from LAX to JFK, New York Kennedy Airport.
Slide 146 from the tablet.
Correct. It's it's an email from American Airlines regarding the flight from LAX to JFK.
Okay. For June 9th. Looking at slide 147.
This is another email that's stored on number 82, or item number 82. Once again, the software's it's an email from Monica to Jean Parshall acknowledging that she'll be home Tuesday night, and email records.
And that's a date of June 9th?
June 9th, 2017.
Take our lunch and recess until 1:30. If you have any supplies, not discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else, or express any opinions of the causes finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch. Present, all council present, jury and also present, good afternoon. So just to give you an update, there is no update, except I'm running the building today, so if I get up and leave, take a hint. And Mr. Gibson, you're still under oath, people may continue.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Gibson, when we broke for lunch, I think we were just getting to slide 148. Can you tell us what we see here?
The display's not on.
Not on?
Yeah.
There it is, it's just the power. Oh, that screwed up everything. Do you see? Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It worked. Just like on TV. All right, are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury what you've captured here?
This is a screenshot of images from item 121. It's a screenshot picture of an email from Jean Parshall to Monica. Oh, sorry.
Okay. And looking at slide, actually, you know what? Let's stay on 121 for a moment. Did you also recover deleted photographs from the unallocated space on item 121?
Yes.
And what were those deleted photographs of?
There were pictures of Monica.
And those pictures of Monica, were they pictures of her where she was appeared to be standing outside, holding on to some sort of a pole without any clothing on?
Objection 352, cumulative.
Absolutely not. Overruled.
No.
I'll show them to you so you can describe them for us.
There's a screenshot where where Monica is wearing lingerie covering the top half of her body and exposing her bottom in about 10 photographs.
They appear to be pictures that are taken outside.
Correct. She's standing outside on a sidewalk. It's at nighttime.
Holding on to some sort of a pole in some of these photos.
Correct.
All right. Moving on to slide 149. Can you tell us what you've captured here, please?
This is a picture from item 119. It is a screenshot of an itinerary receipt. It's named to Monica Sementilli, and it's a flight itinerary.
Okay. New York to Toronto.
It's Los Angeles. It's New York to Toronto, and then Toronto to Los Angeles.
On the dates of June 11th and June 13th, respectively, of 2017.
Correct.
Showing you slide 150, back to item 82, the defendant's tablet. What did you capture here?
This is a screenshot of an email from Air Canada to the Calamati-Mo Hotmail with a passenger, Monica Sementilli, for a flight from Toronto to Los Angeles.
Okay, next slide. I think this is 151. What did you capture here? Again on the tablet.
Correct. This is an email from Monica to Jean Parshall, and she wrote, attach her all the phone records, let me know if you can view. And she signed it Monica Sementilli.
And this is dated June 14th of 2017, the date of arrest?
It's June 14th, 27 at 11 in the morning.
11 a.m. Thank you. Showing you slide 152. What is this? It looks like it's a conversation through the WhatsApp app. A chat. Is this a series of chat messages between the defendant and Robert Baker?
This is a conversation between item 119 and 121 via the WhatsApp message. And you can see it's timestamped June 14th, 2017, 11:26 a.m. to 12:33 p.m.
And what does the defendant indicate that she is doing that morning?
The second message just reads, been up since 7, on the computer cleaning up, gonna unpack and shower, let me know when you're up.
So she's on the computer cleaning up. That's the message she sends to Mr. Baker?
Correct.
Looking at the next slide, 153. Is this a continuation of the messages via WhatsApp?
Correct.
And what does this indicate?
It's just a continuation of the conversation. Mr. Baker is responding with, okay, how's everything? No big party thrown while you're away. And then Monica responds with, quiet, spoke to D, we'll talk soon, nothing major.
Okay. Next slide. Again, is this still a continuation of that same chat between the defendant and Baker?
Yes.
And in this particular slide, are they, or chat, are they making plans to get together that day after Jessica leaves?
I don't know if Jessica's leaving, but it appears that they're trying to meet up.
If we go back one slide, does it say at the top, I'll tell you when Jess is leaving to be sure?
Yes. So, yes.
Okay. Moving on to slide 155. What does this slide indicate?
These are pictures that are allocated on the SD card that are not deleted. They're present on the SD card, ready to be viewed.
Okay. And these are pictures of Baker's passport?
Correct.
And does it indicate a date?
Correct. Yes, June 13th, 2017.
Okay. Showing you slide 156, pictures and videos on unallocated space on the SD card. What does this indicate?
These are files that are in free space and that have been deleted from the SD card but are still recovered.
Okay. So these were the photos that we talked about a few moments ago that I showed you the pictures of that you described of the defendant naked from the waist down outside.
Yes.
Okay. And there was also video as well as photographs, is that right?
Yes.
Showing you slide 157, is that a continuation of the photographs and video that you found on the unallocated space?
Yes.
And also on the next slide, 158, on this particular SD card from 121?
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you slide 159. You wrote only deleted note. What was that?
On 119, on item 119, which is the iPhone, within the notes application, this note entry was marked for deletion, but it still resided in the database, so it was a recovered entry, a recovered note entry. And this is the only one that was marked for deletion that was recovered.
And so this is a contact for somebody with the name Baller.
Objection, certification.
It's on the screen, correct?
Yeah, in the body, Baller is listed with a 310722. Correct.
Okay. 160, talking about the arrest on June 14th. After this, let's move on and look at some of the last remaining slides that you've marked as financials. Looking at slide 162, with respect to the defendant's iPhone number 119, what did you find?
Excuse me. This is an image of Chase Bank account with Monica, Jessica, and Isabella listed.
With an account number?
Correct. Ending in 1029.
Okay, and some other information that it looks like was handwritten onto the bottom of the page of which the, it looks like a screenshot was taken?
Correct.
What was the date of that particular image?
February 7th, 2017 at 12:48 p.m.
Thank you. 163. Again, in item 119, the defendant's iPhone, this document, what does it read at the top?
International Stock Ownership Plan,
Okay.
ISOP.
And is there some dates?
On the document, it's for January 1st, 2016 through December 31st, 2016.
Okay. Does it also have a value of the International Stock Ownership Plan stock?
That appears to be $82,719 for the total.
Thank you. Looking at slide 164, again from item 119, what is this?
This is a photograph of a MetLife
Responsive letter?
yeah. It's for Metropolitan Life Insurance Company.
Okay. And in this particular document contained in the defendant's phone or a photograph of the document, is this, does this document from MetLife indicate that it's referencing her claim for group life insurance benefits?
Yes.
And references the victim's name, Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
And also that they have received her claim, correct? And is there a date?
Yes, the date is March 22nd, 2017, and then there is a response that says why they're contacting her.
That they have to, it's going to be necessary for us to further evaluate this claim, correct?
Correct.
And therefore completion will be delayed. When we have made a decision, we'll send you further notification. Is that what it says from the Group Life Claims Division?
Yes.
Looking at the next slide, 165, do you recognize what you see here?
It's a it's a picture of a handwritten note with an email address of lifeclaimsubmit@metlife.com, and name of Amber, and a notation that they don't release the last name, and that the email should include Fabio's name and a claim number.
Okay. And is there a date?
The picture of this document was taken May 25th, 2017.
Looking at slide 166, again, is this does this reference what we saw in slide 163 regarding checks going in the mail for the ISOP?
Yes.
Okay. And does this have a date?
The message that it was sent, the date and time stamp when this picture was sent to Luigi is contact name Luigi, was dated April 7th, 2017 at 10:47 a.m.
It's basically indicating that Luigi should receive his by the next day. Is that right? In Canada?
Correct. It said Luigi should receive his by tomorrow since it's within Canada.
Okay. Showing you slide 167. What do we see here?
It's a picture of a TD Auto Finance payment record.
Okay. In what amount?
$44,081.94.
And does it reference that this is from Eurolux regarding a Porsche?
Yeah, in the upper left corner is Eurolux LLC.
Okay. And is there also a date and time for this?
From the payment record, it's on the picture. It's dated April 4th, 2017, but the picture of the document was taken April 7th, 2017.
Thank you. Slide 168. Is this a photograph again that you found within the defendant's iPhone number 119?
Yes, this is a photograph of a Visa card ending in 5105 with the name Monica Sementilli and LGI Consulting.
Okay. It's a Wells Fargo Visa?
Correct.
Is there a date this photograph was taken from the metadata?
March 20th, 2017.
Okay. Showing you slide 169. What did you capture here?
This is a picture of a Chase Visa card ending in 9440, issued to Monica Sementilli.
Okay. Is there also metadata indicating the date this particular photograph was taken?
Yeah, April 11th, 2017 at 1:24 p.m.
Okay. Slide 170.
It's a picture of a spreadsheet that's column header of Luigi with percentage breakdowns and in the total amount of $259,792.
Okay. And this was, again, a photograph that you found in item number 119?
Correct.
And with respect to the metadata, does it indicate when this photograph was taken?
February 9th, 2017 at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock p.m.
Thank you. Showing you the next slide, 171. Is this, again, another photograph that you found within the defendant's iPhone?
Yes.
And what does this show?
There's 3 columns of Luigi, Jessica, and Isabella, and with the amounts of $423,365.15, and also $336,141.44.
And what does the metadata indicate as to when this photograph was taken?
March 16th, 2017 at 2:26 p.m.
Thank you. Slide 172. What did you capture here in the phone?
This is a policy, it's a summary as of July 3rd, 2013, for a policy number for like a renewable term.
Life insurance policy.
I don't see the company. I'm not.
It says coverages / lives insured.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. So coverages life insured. You'll see insured is Fabio Sementilli.
And
then,
go ahead.
oh, and it has the amount of insurance for $150,000.
And is there metadata in terms of this particular photograph?
Yeah, this picture was taken on February 9th, 2017 at 10 a.m.
Slide 173. Can you tell us what you've captured here? This is now with respect to item 82, the tablet.
Yeah, this is an email from Porter M at ca.ibm.com. Mary Porter to Monica, to Monica's Hotmail address, and it's subject line of ISOP proceeds designated for a minor.
And in that case, it's Isabella, correct?
I'm trying to find Isabella's name on there.
It's from P&G, or relating to P&G.
Yes, it's related to P&G Canada. Oh, yeah, sorry, the second paragraph, it says at this point, Isabella's portion.
Okay. Slide 174, is this a continuation of that email from P&G Canada regarding Fabio's ISOP?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you slide 175, again from the tablet. What is this?
This is a email from info@sdccu.com to Monica's Hotmail address, and indicating that registration or funds transfer is complete.
Okay. This is from San Diego Credit Union?
San Diego County Credit Union.
Okay. And is there a date for registration for the funds transfer?
The date of the email is April 20th, 2017 at 12:21 p.m.
Okay. Looking at the next slide, 176.
This is a email from the same credit union on June 14th, 2017 at 9:52 California time from the credit union, and it's indicating that they've received their institution transfer request for $785.
From Chase Bank?
Correct.
Showing you slide 177. What did you capture here?
This is a email headline Chrysler Capital Payment Confirmation. Email indicating that that there was a single payment for Chrysler Capital, and it was applied on June 1st, 2017.
Thank you. Showing you 178.
This is an email with the subject of Pay with CBB. This is from Discover Card, discover@servicediscover.com, and it has the last 4 digits of the account is 7273, and the picture says Monica Sementilli on the bottom.
Okay. And is there some metadata with respect to this?
The timestamp associated is May 21st, 2017 at 10:10 a.m.
All right. And one last slide, 179. What is this?
This is a email with the claim number in the subject line from Group Life Claims to Monica's email, Monica's Hotmail address, and Lisa Mullen at MedLife.
Okay. And is there a date that appears on this document as well that's within the tablet belonging to the defendant?
April 18th, 2017 at 11:37 a.m.
Regarding, again, group life claims, correct?
That's where the email came from in the subject line with the claim number ending in 5021.
All right. So what we just went through would be, as we talked about this morning, a series of captures or photographs that you took from various devices, correct?
Those are screenshots that were captured while analyzing the devices.
Your Honor, I have a stipulation, I think it's 6. It's 6 pages in length regarding digital device extraction and analysis. May it be marked as People's 106?
It may.
Would the court like me to read it into the record?
I think you have to.
Stipulation. Digital device extraction and analysis by Brian Howard, Jake Gibson, George Diaz, and other experts. In 2020, analyst Brian Howard of the LAPD's Technical Investigations Division examined and extracted data from the following digital devices. Evidence item 119. Defendant Monica Sementilli's Apple iPhone 7 cell phone, IMEI 35920-90784-75286, and an AT&T SIM card, ICCID 89014-10427-92482-85157, recovered from the Sementilli residence. A full file system extraction of the iPhone 7 was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. Both examinations were conducted using the Cellebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754818 for reference. Evidence item 121, Robert Baker's Samsung S8 Plus cell phone, IMEI 25598-90826-91663, and an AT&T SIM card, 89011-20200-22955-51942 were recovered from the Ford Mustang, in which defendant Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker were driving when arrested in June 2017. A physical data extraction of the Samsung S8 Plus was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. Both examinations were conducted using the Celebrate Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754819 for reference. Evidence item 101, Robert Baker's Samsung S4 cell phone, IMEI 35656-70538-29709, an AT&T SIM card 89014-10427-59712-43868, and a SanDisk 16 gigabyte memory card were recovered from Robert Baker's apartment. A physical data extraction of the Samsung S8 Plus was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. A physical data extraction of the memory card was performed and data was retrieved. All examinations were conducted using the Celebrate Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754820 for reference. Evidence item 120, a ZTE Z320 cell phone, IMEI 86055-00302-91598, and a SIM card 89012-60471-98161-4042 were recovered from the Ford Mustang in which defendant Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker were driving when arrested in June 2017. A physical data extraction of the Samsung S8 Plus was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. Both examinations were conducted using the Celebrate Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754821 for reference. Evidence item 82, defendant Monica Sementilli's LG 7.0 tablet device, IMEI 01409-70039-15154, and an AT&T SIM card, ICCID 89014-10327-74433-37188 were recovered from the Sementilli residence. An advanced logical and file system extraction of the LG tablet was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. Both examinations were conducted using the Celebrate Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754822 for reference. Evidence item 102, a 32 gigabyte SanDisk memory card was recovered from Robert Baker's apartment. A physical data extraction was performed and data was retrieved. The examination was conducted using Celebrate Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. An associated generated report was placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754823 for reference. Evidence item 149. A 32 gigabyte SanDisk memory card was recovered from Robert Baker's 2000 Ford Expedition SUV. A physical data extraction was performed and data was retrieved. The examination was conducted using Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754824 for reference. Evidence item 151. An 8 gigabyte Kingston memory card was recovered from Robert Baker's Ford Expedition SUV. A physical data extraction was performed and data was retrieved. The examination was conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754825 for reference. Evidence item 157. A 32 gigabyte SanDisk memory card was recovered from Robert Baker's Ford Expedition SUV. A physical data extraction was performed and data was retrieved. The examination was conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. An associated generated report was placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 754826 for reference. In 2021, analyst Brian Howard of the LAPD's Technical Investigations Division examined and extracted data from the following digital devices. Evidence item 67, Fabio Sementilli's Apple iPhone Plus cell phone, IMEI 35380-70804-18578, and an AT&T SIM card, ICCID 89014-10427-94107-82866 was recovered from the Sementilli residence. A full file system extraction of the iPhone 7 Plus was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. Both examinations were conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 769609 for reference. In 2023, analyst Brian Howard of the LAPD's Technical Investigations Division examined and extracted data from the following digital devices. Evidence item 119, defendant Monica Sementilli's Apple iPhone 7 cell phone, same IMEI as previously indicated, and an AT&T SIM card with an ICCID number previously indicated were recovered from the Sementilli residence. A full file system extraction of the iPhone 7 was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. Both examinations were conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 783760 for reference. Evidence item 121, Robert Baker's Samsung S8 Plus cell phone with the same IMEI as previously indicated and an AT&T SIM card number previously indicated, and a 128 gigabyte SanDisk memory card were recovered from the Ford Mustang in which defendant Sementilli and Robert Baker were driving when arrested in June of 2017. A physical data extraction of the Samsung S8 Plus was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. A physical data extraction of the memory card was performed and data was retrieved. Each examination was conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic Tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 783762 for reference. Evidence item 101, Robert Baker's Samsung S4 cell phone, IMEI previously indicated, and an AT&T SIM card previously indicated, and a SanDisk 16 gigabyte memory card were recovered from Robert Baker's apartment. A physical data extraction of the Samsung S8 Plus, I should say S4.
We're going to stretch.
S4 was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. A physical data extraction of the memory card was performed and data was retrieved. Bless you. All examinations were conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensics tool. Extracted data and associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics media number 783759 for reference. Evidence item 120, a ZTE Z320 cell phone with a previously indicated IMEI and a SIM card number previously indicated were recovered from the Ford Mustang in which defendant Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker were driving when arrested in June 2017. A physical data extraction of the Samsung ZTE cell phone was performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. Both examinations were conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 783761 for reference. Evidence item 82, defendant Monica Sementilli's LG 7.0 tablet device, previously indicated IMEI number and an AT&T SIM card, ICCID number previously indicated were recovered from the Sementilli residence. Full file system, physical and advanced logical and file system extractions of the LG tablet were performed and data was retrieved. An advanced logical extraction of the SIM card was performed and data was retrieved. Both examinations were conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 783758 for reference. Evidence item 102, a 32 gigabyte SanDisk memory card was recovered from Robert Baker's apartment. A physical data extraction was performed and data was retrieved. The examination was conducted using Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic tool. An associated generated report was placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 783763 for reference. Evidence item 149, a 32 gigabyte SanDisk memory card was recovered from Robert Baker's 2000 Ford Expedition SUV. A physical data extraction was performed and data was retrieved. The examination was conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic tool. Extracted data and an associated generated report were placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 783763 for reference. Evidence item 155, an 8 gigabyte micro SD memory card was recovered from Robert Baker's Ford Expedition SUV. A physical data extraction was performed and data was retrieved. An examination was conducted using the Celebrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensic tool. An associated generated report was placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 783763 for reference. Evidence item 157, the 32 gigabyte SanDisk memory card recovered from Robert Baker's Ford Expedition SUV. Physical data extraction was performed and data was retrieved. The examination was conducted using Celebrite Mobile Forensics Limited Forensic tool. An associated generated report was placed on an external portable drive and assigned electronics unit media number 783763 for reference. Previous processing of all digital electronic and mobile devices was appropriately performed initially by LAPD, RHD, and Secret Service Task Force member Detective George Diaz in 2017 and 2018, including all cell phones, iCloud data, SD cards, USB drives, tablets, computers, utilizing appropriate forensic tools, including Cellbrite mobile forensic tools and other appropriate forensic industry tools. This data was placed onto external portable drives and provided to the District Attorney's Office and Defense Counsel. Counsel, do you stipulate?
Yes, stipulation.
People to.
Stipulation received. Let's stretch. I have no comment.
Mr. Gibson, with respect to the extraction or imaging of forensic digital evidence, sometimes by reprocessing the items, do you tend to get potentially additional information?
Excuse me, the potential is always there to get extra information because of software updates or hardware updates that are provided by the vendors. So, yes, it's possible.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Gibson.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the slides, some of them, hopefully not all of them, I promise not all of them.
Thank you.
But before we go into that, I just wanted to clarify a few things from those stipulations. There were some long phrases I tried to take down. So there's a full file system extraction and advanced logical. Those are ways that data is extracted from the device, is that right?
Correct, and all those extractions and acquisitions were done by LAPD.
And that is essentially trying to extract all the data that is available that can be found on those phones, on those devices.
Correct.
And there's a computer program, I hope I've noted this down right, a Cellubrite Mobile Synchronization Limited Forensics Tool. That's the program you use to analyze that data?
Not that I use. No,
Okay.
Celebrite Physical Analyzer is the program that I use to analyze the data, and most of the screenshots are coming from. The mobile synchronization, I think that is the newer, they call it the Celebrite UFED for PC, which is the extraction tool. In 2017, it might have been called the mobile synchronization tool.
Thanks so much for clarifying. I was trying to understand. So you have a separate computer program that you use that allows you to analyze this data that's been extracted. Is that right?
Yeah, I never touched the devices, so I didn't do the extractions on these.
Right.
So my computer was designated to do the analysis.
I see. And as part of that analysis, there's a program you use that visualizes the data. Is that correct? That's been extracted.
Yeah, the Celebrite Physical Analyzer is a data visualization tool that allows you to look at the data in a format that is readable for humans.
So it's the Cellubrite Visual Analyzer. That's the computer program I was trying to talk about.
Yeah, it's Physical Analyzer.
Cellubrite Physical Analyzer.
Yeah.
All right. Now, that Cellubrite Physical Analyzer, you're able to filter through the data, correct?
Correct.
And that's necessary because, as you said earlier, I think there's enormous amounts of data from these devices, right?
Correct.
And using that analyzer, is it right that you can create PDF reports if you needed to print off some extracts, some pages from that data?
Correct. PDFs are it's one of the file types that you can extract information from.
Just to avoid any doubt, you could just describe briefly what a PDF is.
It's a Adobe Acrobat file. It's it's a document that's easy. It's a page. It's a page that's a, think of it as like it's a glorified picture that's, what's the word I'm looking for? That's,
Would it help if I just say
it's an Adobe Acrobat,
it creates a readable, printable document?
it's a readable, printable document. Proprietary. Sorry, that was the word I was looking for.
Thank you very much. Now, as part of producing these slides, you produce these PowerPoint slides, correct?
Yeah, this is the work product as a result of doing the analysis.
It's going through this enormous amount of data and screenshotting parts of it.
Correct.
And you're directed by the prosecution what to look for, correct?
I'm looking for artifacts of interest.
Right.
So yes, but for this investigation, I was directed to focus on the date and time of the homicide and the relationships of everybody that's involved in the case.
And focus on things like IDMSS, is that right?
Yeah, that's the application that we were discussing earlier. I focused on some of those entries.
Right. And as you said, you only select the artifacts that are most relevant to the case or important to the case, is that right?
Labeling things most important, it's just important or it's not, or relevant or not. The scale of importance is determined later.
All right. And just one final thing. Some of the communications we saw, that they were filtered for only between Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli, for example, correct? So,
yes.
So there are more communications that exist, they're just not shown in the slides.
Yes, correct.
Is it possible if I could go to slide 9?
Sure.
Thank you so much. One of the devices that there was an extraction for was item 82, correct?
Correct.
And you analysed the data from that extraction.
Correct.
And that's Monica's G-pad, correct?
Correct.
I think you testified it's essentially a sort of a tablet.
Correct. Yes. Yes.
Please go on.
No, it's just a tablet.
Similar to an iPad?
Similar to an iPad.
But, this slide shows user accounts that are on that G-pad, correct?
Correct.
And, sorry, my just stand a bit closer. So, thank you. You said here you highlight some of these accounts. So, am I right that this would log where someone logs into their own user account for any of these applications on the right-hand side?
Yes, correct. It's giving you a reference, like, for example, the Pinterest, like the 6th row is Monica Sementilli. And if you continue on down, like the State Farm and different entries.
And it has their username in that second column, correct?
The first two columns can. It's the first two columns that you kind of combine to get a representation of what the usernames are.
Right, but the second column specifically says username. It has the username.
Correct.
Right? So we have a Monica Sementilli at the first one.
Correct.
There's just some others I wanted to confirm with you. So there's a fabstyle67@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
And there's also a Jessica Tilly further down, right?
Correct for Twitter.
And further down that, I'm looking fourth from the bottom, there's a 1D for Bella123@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
There's a Sementilli.f@pg.com, right?
Correct.
We have the fabstyle again, that's the same as above, correct?
Correct.
And then there's a Bellarama00@hotmail.com, right?
Correct.
And if someone was using that G-pad and logged into their user account, that would show on this user accounts table, correct?
If there's, you can see that there's 33 user accounts. So if there's,
Sorry.
yeah,
Please finish. Right.
no, this is a screenshot of the user accounts that are on the device. If it's can't do the speed counting, but there might be more accounts associated.
There might be more.
You know, there's 33 that were parsed out in this. 21.
Right. So there might be more. That's what you're saying.
Well,
More
there's
user accounts.
12.
There are more.
There's 12 more.
There are more, exactly. And the point I'm asking is if someone other than Monica Sementilli went onto this GPad and logged into their user account with their own username, that would show on this, right?
Correct. For example, the Twitter, the Jessica Tilly, that Twitter, that username for that account, and then what? As a weird aside, there's passwords, so those accounts should be changed passwords. If I know that this is 8 years old, but just that probably shouldn't be broadcast.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll move on to the other slide. I'd finished my points in this slide anyway.
Okay.
But, can we go to slide 12, please? So here we have the user accounts, but this is for Robert Baker's device, right? And I think that's the Samsung S4.
It's item 101. Yes. User accounts.
And I think prosecution counsel drew your attention to the fourth column, which has other entries. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, there's oeginc@gmail.com. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you understand that was linked to Robert Baker?
Yes.
And then we have, under that, there's a Woodland Hills racquetball@gmail.com account, right?
Yes.
And then you see the third row, there's a number of accounts, rb@westover1981.com, robert@oeg1.com, robert@oeg1.com, and I can't see them, I'm afraid, but
It's Facebook. It's Facebooky.
It's a Facebook, all right. And those are all, you see the third column, they're given with the name Robert Baker, correct?
Correct.
So there's a number of different email accounts there that link to Robert Baker, is that right?
I didn't hear the last part.
There's
but
a number of different email accounts that links to Robert Baker.
Correct.
Now, in terms of Monica Sementilli, we've seen from her user accounts, and we've seen from the other slides, she had one Hotmail address, calmati-mo, I believe, at Hotmail.
Correct.
Correct. And there was a Gmail account, Monica Sementilli@gmail.com, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other email accounts that you found linked to her, or is it just those two?
I don't recall the other. I don't recall if there's other emails associated, but those two are the ones that I recall.
Those are the ones that you
That
found that are in your slides.
Yes.
If we go to slide 15, please. So here we have item 119. That's Monica's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And again, user accounts. The first row we see there, it's highlighted in a dark blue color. That's connects to WhatsApp, correct?
Correct.
And there's a photo on the right-hand side of Monica, right?
Correct.
And we see under there it has a username. You see that?
Yes.
And that username is a long number. That's Monica's phone number, right? It's the 4213 number.
Correct.
And it's 4213@s.whatsapp.net, right?
Correct.
And is that, to your understanding, you've analysed and done research with WhatsApp before, I presume?
Yes.
When you use WhatsApp, it creates a username for you. Is that right?
Yes.
And that username is essentially your phone number at s.whatsapp.net.
Correct.
That's something that's created if you're using WhatsApp.
Yeah, it's a default naming nomenclature.
Okay. Could we show slide 19, please? So here, showing this slide, this shows Monica's phone, right? The contacts that she has in her phone.
Correct.
And obviously there are many contacts, which is just a few of them, right?
Correct.
And it's specifically the contacts she has for Fabio Sementilli, right?
Correct. Fabio's phone number.
Has Fabio's phone number. But we also see on the right-hand side, in the fourth column, it has a WhatsApp username for Fabio, correct?
Correct.
And this has Fabio's number at s.whatsapp.net, right?
Correct.
So this would be consistent with Fabio using WhatsApp, generating a username for him.
Correct. And sorry, but I do need to make a clarification on the last row. That is not Fabio's information. That's someone else's. Screenshot one too many rows. It looks like. So the unrelated phone number on the bottom.
Oh, Rigo.
Yes.
Right, that's not
So-
related to Fabio. It's a
Correct.
different number.
Yes.
Thank
So
you.
just everyone's clear on that.
You want to have just one moment? I think earlier in your testimony you described how sometimes apps can be deleted, so they don't. And apps can be deleted in these cellular extractions, right? Sorry, I should say sometimes you'll find that certain items from an extraction have been deleted.
Correct.
But you can still find a trace of their past usage from various artifacts, correct?
Correct.
For example, if you're using an app that is subsequently deleted, is it right that there might be folders on a device which would indicate that app was used previously?
And I wouldn't classify them as folders. We can stick with files and
Files, okay.
Yeah, files and various artifacts, indicating usage.
All right. Well, let me show you something, and we can ask some questions. I have here 2 pages from the cellular extraction of Fabio Sementilli's device, relating to images found with this device. May I please mark these as Defence Exhibit 601?
Yes.
Excuse me, showing you what's been marked as Defence Exhibit 601. Does this appear to be an extract from the data extraction of Fabio's phone, listing various JPEGs found in this device?
Yeah. Yes.
And we see here. We see here the file name, correct?
Yes.
And a .jpeg, does that indicate an image?
Yes, that's a picture.
Right, and we have a date and time it's created.
Yes.
Looking at row 98, we have this thing here, it was a path. Can you describe what a path is?
That's the location of where the picture actually resides on the file system. I'm sorry, did you say 98 or 99?
I said 98, but
Okay.
for the purpose of that question, it's not necessary.
Okay,
But can I just clarify? So
Again, Your Honor, if the witness could finish his answer before another question is asked.
I thought he was done. Are you done, sir?
yes, I'll wait for the next question.
Thank you. A path, it contains various folders where something's saved. Is that right?
Yeah, folder is also a directory. It's a path. It's the location path on where you can locate that picture. So,
I'm so sorry if you weren't.
yeah, so if you look at the path, it's Fabio's iPhone,
Yes.
which is the home directory, and then applications, net WhatsApp, dot WhatsApp is the next folder, and then there's library media, and then
Sorry.
and then you get a another folder with a long string, and then you get the file name.
Right, now, you see here there's a folder, net.whatsapp, correct?
Correct.
Is this something that would be created if you were using the WhatsApp app?
Yes.
And it's created as a location for where images are stored from WhatsApp.
Correct.
So would this be consistent evidence of WhatsApp being used on this device?
Yes.
And so, just so we can see some of the dates, this is showing an image at 6/12/2016 that's saved to this location, correct? Saved to this path.
Correct. It's June 12th, 2016.
Yes. December 16, 2015, it is also saved to this location, right?
Correct.
September 25th, 2016, same again.
Correct.
August 10, 2015, same again, right?
We can't see it, but
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's my fault. Okay.
August 10th.
Right, and I just have a second page. This is just a continuation of the records. Here we have January 1st, 2017, the same part. Is that the same part? The same location that something is saved in that includes a WhatsApp folder?
As 114 and 115. If you look at that really long number
Yes.
right after media, it looks like it's different. So it's not an exact path, but if you go to the WhatsApp library media, you will see the folder list of the pictures associated with the application.
But it still contains a net.whatsapp
Correct. Correct.
folder, and that would be consistent with WhatsApp being used at that time.
Correct.
And so we have various times there I've shown you all of those times. It would be consistent with WhatsApp being used at those times because an image was saved there at those times.
Correct.
Can we please go to slide 21? Thank you. Here is Monica's device again, correct?
Correct.
And it's contacts, all her contacts, but it's just selectively, you've just highlighted the contacts for Robert Baker, his item 121 device.
Correct.
And he is saved under various names there, we see, don't we? We see a racquetball, right? It's the second row.
Correct. On the top half, you see Robert Racquetball, Louisa, Diane Racquetball. And then on the bottom picture, you see Diane Racquetball.
Right. And obviously, the person using the device, they can choose how they save people in their phone, what names they use.
Correct.
Can we go to slide 26, please? So here is the converse. It is Baker's device 121. It's Monica's contact, how it's saved in his device. Is that right?
Correct.
And here, Monica is just saved as her actual name, right?
Correct.
And there's no alias or different name used, like
Correct.
there was with Louisa and a racquetball, for example.
Correct.
Slide 31, please. Here we have, I want you to focus on Monica's device on the left-hand side. It's the same device we've been talking about, 119, correct?
Correct.
And we have here her contact for Ron Ray.
That's what she listed. That contact is yes.
Yes, and there's a phone number given there.
Yes, ending in 8136.
Thank you. And the metadata shows when she created this contact, right?
Correct. March 25th, 2017, 10:21 p.m. California time.
So that's just over 2 months after the murder, correct?
Correct. It's
So that-
ballpark. Yeah.
So that contact was created in her phone.
Correct.
And you didn't find any evidence that had been created any earlier?
No.
Slide 32, just the next slide, please. Again, the left-hand side, there's a contact, and you understand this is for Matt Nurse, right? And Monica's phone, contact Monica's phone.
On the left-hand side, yes.
And you understand that based on the number, the phone number that's given.
Correct. The one ending in 7923.
But the name she's given is obviously not Matt Nurse's actual name. She's sort of using alias there, right? Jim.
Jim.
Okay. I want to move on to Viber. Just the slide 35, please. So as part of this case, you analysed Viber, right?
Correct.
And this is a web page from Viber's own website, right?
Correct.
And just to be absolutely clear, this is not something that was found on anyone's device, right?
Correct.
You searched this yourself. Sorry.
No. Yeah, so I opened up a web browser. I typed in Viber.com, and you see the subsequent screenshots of what the Viber website was. I believe in March of 2018.
This is what Viber's written on its own website about its own product, Viber.
Correct. It's the marketing.
So here we see it says Viber connects over 900 million users, right?
Correct.
And I think under that, in the second paragraph, make calls, send messages, and much more, freely and securely, join millions of people around the globe, and enjoy the world's most comprehensive communication experience, right?
Correct.
So it's a widely used app. A lot of people use it around the world.
Correct.
Right, can you get the next slide, please? This is a FAQ. It's a frequently asked questions, correct?
Correct.
Again, from Viber's own website.
Correct. If you look at the top, it's the fact page.
And it talks about what is Viber, and it sort of describes what it is and gives some of the features, correct?
Correct.
So with Viber, you can send messages of all types and make phone calls to other Viber users for free, right? It says free there.
Correct.
And it talks about all the different things you can do. You can make audio and video calls, send video or voice messages, use stickers, gifts, and more, correct?
Correct.
What is a GIF? Do you mind explaining?
It's a
I actually would like to know myself.
GIF or GIF.
GIF, exactly.
It's a image format that blends several photos together for various purposes. But it's just multiple pages that multiple images that are queued to run consecutively.
It talks about using Viber on your smartphone, tablet, computer when you're connected to a Wi-Fi, 3G, or 4G network. See that?
Yes.
And as your understanding, that's because Viber uses internet data to send its messaging.
It utilizes the internet to provide the service that they're using. They're not using internet data. They're actually using the internet bandwidth to utilize their platform.
But in contrast to when you make a phone call or send an SMS message, that uses cellular network. This is using the internet. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, no. Viber is allowing you to use both the cellular networks and the internet, the wired internet. And then when you make a phone call with your on your default messaging app through Verizon or T-Mobile, you're utilizing their cell tower networks. So,
can I ask, does Viber use cell tower connections?
When you're using the application, you can use cell tower bandwidth to utilize the application, but you're utilizing the data, not the phone call bandwidth. Not the phone call frequency.
So you're using a different type of connection to the cell tower.
Correct.
That's the 3G or 4G.
Correct.
Nice.
And we're up to 5G now.
Yes, that's right. And is it right that even calls, just voice calls or video calls use that different connection to the cell tower, 3G, 4G or 5G, rather than the connection that a traditional call would use on a cell phone?
Yeah, the Viber doesn't use the traditional Verizon, T-Mobile, excuse me, AT&T cell tower networks to communicate.
It wouldn't show in those records then?
Correct.
Just go to the next slide, please. It talks about how do I get started with Viber, you see there?
Yes.
Question. It says to start using Viber today by downloading the app. After you've done that, registration takes just a few minutes. You see that?
Yes.
The app is publicly available for anyone to download, correct?
Correct. It's available on the Play Store and iTunes.
And that's basically, is that like the App Store where you download apps?
Yep. Yes. Sorry.
One is for iPhone and one's for Android, correct?
Correct.
So you download it through the usual app stores, I call them, just as you would with any other app, correctly? Correct?
Correct.
It's not something you have to access through the dark web or anything like that.
No.
And it's not illegal or banned, is it? It's not an illegal or banned app, is it?
Oh, no.
These web pages we've just looked at, these 3 web pages, they talk about the sort of main features and benefits of Viber. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
It doesn't say anywhere on any of those 3 pages anything about it being encrypted, does it?
No.
Those web pages highlight that it's widely used, it's free, for example. Is that right?
Yes.
You've seen? Someone looking at these web pages wouldn't even be able to tell it was encrypted from reading what is said on these web pages, right?
What do you mean by what is encrypted?
Well, it's not advertised. You said it's like a marketing tool.
Right.
It's not advertised anywhere on these 3 pages,
Correct.
anything about being encrypted, correct?
Correct.
You said earlier that you mentioned that iPhones are encrypted such that you can't do a physical extraction, right?
You can, but that free space that Apple uses encrypting algorithms to encrypt your data, and so it's pointless to look at the free space in Apple products because you're not going to be able to decipher any information. So that's why it would be. You can do it, but it'd be pointless.
And is that this encryption? That's something that Apple does automatically. You don't choose whether it encrypts your data or not, right?
Correct.
And all iPhones are encrypted in that manner.
Correct.
And you're aware of what iMessage is, obviously.
Correct.
Is that the messaging that is used when you go iPhone to iPhone?
Correct.
I think you sometimes see it's like blue bubbles that come up when you text.
Blue and green.
Do you know is iMessage encrypted?
I wouldn't remember if they were encrypted in 2017. The way that they're, it's a little bit different because we've advanced over 8 years.
You're not sure,
Correct.
but it is encrypted now.
I believe iMessages at some level are encrypted, whether it's going across the line or, yeah, they're. I don't know. I'd have to do the research.
All right. Okay. That's not something you looked into as part of this investigation.
Correct.
Go to slide 40, please. This is from Monica's iCloud records, correct?
Correct.
This is showing when Viber was first installed on her device.
Correct.
We see April 9th, 2016, if I'm getting the date format correct.
Correct.
No evidence you found to show she downloaded it any earlier than that, right?
Correct. This is from Apple.
Right. This is from Apple's own records.
Correct.
So we know the date of the murder was January 23rd, 2017, right?
Correct.
So this date, this is about 8.5 months before the murder. I know it's a bit of maths in your head, but
Correct. Yes, correct.
With that. So she installed Viber 8.5 months before the murder, right?
Correct.
Can we go to slide 50, please? This shows Baker's device. I think the Samsung S4, item 101, correct?
Correct.
And this similarly shows when Viber was installed on his device, right?
Correct.
And the date there is August 24, 2015, right?
Correct.
You go to the next slide. And this is from his web history, various entries, same device, right?
Correct.
This is September 5th, 2015, shortly after.
Shortly after.
Shortly after the August 24, 2015 in the last slide.
Yeah.
In terms of your definition, shortly. It's
Right.
September 5th.
It's September 5th, 2015.
And this is him accessing a web page, it looks like, a URL to activate Viber.
Correct.
So this is September 5th, 2015. So, and again, some maths in your head perhaps, but this is showing that Robert Baker installed and activated Viber about 7.5 months before Monica Sementilli did.
I believe it's a year, it's about 15 months. 'Cause
Going from I got my maths wrong. April 9, 2016, September 5th, 2015.
From the April date?
So let's do the chronology. From September 5th, 2015 is when Baker activated Viber, right?
There's web history for activation for Viber on September 5th, 2015.
And then Monica installs Viber April 9th, 2016.
Correct.
7.5 months.
Correct.
And my last maths question. September 5th, 2015, when Baker has activated, he goes on a web page to activate Viber. That is about a year and 5 months before the murder.
Correct.
Just go to slide 42, please. Again, these are the Apple records in relation to Viber.
Correct.
This is in relation to when the app updates, right?
Correct.
Now, these records, they don't tell you anything about how many messages were sent, for example, if any,
Correct.
or who they were sent to, or the content of any of those messages, right?
Correct.
It purely just shows when the app was updated.
Correct.
Slide 44, please. These are more log entries for Viber. This comes under the log entries table. That is a table that shows usage of various apps, right?
Correct.
And you said, I believe you said, at the top there it has 4,234. That's the total number of items, but you filtered it just by Viber here, right?
Correct.
And each of these entries, they're on different days, right?
There is some overlap. It's not.
There is some overlap.
Okay, so if we look at 2279 has. Oh, I'm sorry. No,
I think they are.
they're all unique dates. Correct.
And
There looks. No.
please, I should be in trouble.
No, they look like they're daily logs.
But they only give one time.
Correct.
There's no information given as just that one time. That's all you can glean from this.
Correct. One log entry was timestamped at various times, but it looks like April 30th, 2016 through November 12th, 2016.
After recess for 15 minutes, the evidence applies. See you back here. present, all counsel are present. Did you give me some bad information here?
No, I said we're missing one.
When did you say that? Christine, let's go off the record.
Yes, I'm sorry, what?
We're off the record. All right, we're waiting for one juror. Present, all counsel are present, jury and also present. Mr. Gibson, you're still under oath, and Mr. Jones may continue.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon again, Mr. Gibson. Good afternoon. Can we go to slide 44, please? We're looking at these log entries for Viber, correct, Mr. Gibson?
Correct.
And they give various dates and times, right?
Correct.
And just to confirm, the earliest time is in April 30th, 2016, right?
Correct.
Showing a log entry of either, and it goes all the way through to November 12th, 2016, correct?
Correct.
And there's consistent entries for every month. So there's different amounts for each month, but for every month there's an entry, at least one. Correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's go to slide 53, please. Here, this is Baker's device 101, correct?
Correct.
And this is a calendar entry. This is something that appears in his calendar you found, right?
Correct.
And you see a date there, December 21st, 2015, right?
Correct.
And the subject, it just says Monica Lesson, right?
Correct.
Is this the earliest reference that you found to Monica in Baker's devices?
I don't know if it's the earliest, but it is. It's dated December 21st, 2015.
And we saw, testing my memory now, but we saw from the previous slides that Baker activated Viber in August 2015, correct?
Correct.
And he installed it in August 2015. He activated it in September 2015, right?
That sounds correct.
And so that's a few months before this date for this calendar entry, right? That he was activating, installing Viber.
Correct.
Right. Slide 56, please. Again, Baker's device number 101. This is the passwords that are saved in his device, right?
Correct.
And one of them, which you've highlighted, appears to be Monica Sementilli's home Wi-Fi, right?
Correct.
When you access Wi-Fi, sometimes you have to put in a password, right?
Correct.
If a password is stored here, this indicates that the password is saved on the device, right?
Correct.
And so that would be consistent with that password being automatically entered when it connects to that Wi-Fi, right?
Yes, it automatically connects because it's storing that password.
So it automatically connects, as you said. You don't have to manually connect to the Wi-Fi. If you're within the vicinity of it, its range, it will automatically connect.
Correct, because it's saved.
Understood. Slide 59, please. Just wanted to clarify this one point from your testimony earlier. We have here Monica's device, 119 on the left, right? We have Baker's device, 101 on the right. And they both show a connection to the Sementilli Wi-Fi, right?
Correct.
And I think you clarified, you can tell the unique code at the top shows it's that Wi-Fi as well, not just the SSID name.
Yeah, it's that specific router.
Right, specific router. I just want to confirm that this is showing connections on different dates though. This is not showing that they're connecting at the same time. So on the left we have a connection April 23rd, 2017, right?
Correct.
And Monica then is the last auto-connected. That again is showing automatically connecting, right?
Correct.
At May 31st, 2017, right?
Yes, May
And then
31st.
on the right, we have connecting, but at a entirely different time. June 28, 2016, correct?
Correct.
It's not showing they're connecting at the same time from this slide.
Correct.
Go to slide 69, please. We talked about this email chain that was forwarded, and the email chain talks about IDMSS, right?
Correct. Now, obviously, we talked about this before. In relation to the IDMSS, you did an analysis of forensic extraction of Monica's phone, correct? Correct.
And you found the log entries in relation to IDMSS on Monica's phone.
Correct.
You also did an analysis of Baker's devices, right?
Correct.
But you didn't find any similar log entries for IDMSS on Baker's devices, right?
Correct.
And you didn't find any other evidence on Baker's devices in relation to IDMS, did you? Apart from perhaps this email.
Correct.
I mean, you didn't find any evidence that had been installed at one point, right?
Correct.
You didn't find any evidence that had been installed and then deleted, right?
Correct.
And you didn't find any evidence that had been used at any time on Baker's devices, the
Correct.
IDMSS app. And just to close this point, you didn't find any evidence of him accessing IDMSS in any way through a web browser, did you?
Correct.
Right. Slide 82, please. Thank you. It says at the top that these are iMessages, right?
Yes.
It's an iMessage received on Monica's device from Fabio Sementilli, correct?
Yes.
And is that the first iMessage that day on Monica's phone?
From Fabio, or
No,
just in general?
Generally, first iMessage.
I don't know if it's the first one. This is just it's a message that was on that date.
Right. It's at just after midday on January 23rd.
Correct. 12:31 p.m.
Slide 83. Again, this is an iMessage, correct? And this is actually coming from Monica's email, but that is a way that iMessages can be sent through someone's email, correct?
Correct.
All right. Slide 84. It's exactly the same. It's just showing that at the top iMessage that it's sent via Monica's email. That's right. Correct?
Correct.
Slide 85. Thank you. Again, iMessages. This is Monica and Fabio again, correct?
Correct.
And you see Monica says, "We are on our way home at 12:46 p.m., right?"
Correct, on January 23rd.
And then she's saying to Fabio, in the message below, "Did get it fixed?" Asking that, right?
Yes.
Slide 86. This is just 3 minutes later, 12:49. Previous slide was 12:46, this is 12:49, correct?
Correct.
This is now a call from Monica to Fabio that lasts for 34 seconds, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, we've seen the other iMessages, so I don't want to go over them. We've already been introduced, you've talked about them, but just some brief points. Slide 94. This again, Monica's phone, call logs, shows an outgoing call. So she's making this call. Is that right?
Correct.
She's making it to Jesse.
Correct.
And the duration, where it says 000000, does that mean it's just a missed call, essentially?
Essentially, yes.
Right. Go to slide 100, please. I just want to, I don't want to go through every slide on this small section, but just from your recollection of what you said in your testimony, you analysing the records. Do you recall from your analysis that it seemed that there was a call from Monica to Bella, and then at the same time there was sort of an overlapping call with the doctor?
Yes.
And would that indicate you have two calls going on at the same time. Perhaps one of the parties was put on hold while the other party is being spoken to.
Correct.
Right, just to help explain some of those time differences there. Right. Now, as we talked about earlier, there's obviously a lot of data collected on these devices, Fabio's and Monica's device, for example. And you in these slides have highlighted certain items found in the afternoon of January 23rd, right?
Correct.
Okay. But it's not showing absolutely everything that's found on those devices during this time period, is it?
It's highlighting the artifacts of interest at the time that I was doing the analysis, whether it's everything that's on the devices that's available.
All right. Well,
I don't know what's not there. So these are artifacts that were within the time frame of interest. So if there's other information, I wouldn't know about it because if it was relevant or if it was there, it would be incorporated into the PowerPoint.
well, perhaps I can show you something. But
Yeah.
one of the things that's captured when you extract a device is web history, isn't it?
Correct.
And there is a table that logs all the web history, all the web pages that were accessed from that device, correct?
Correct.
There was a web history log for Monica's phone, correct?
Correct.
And did you analyze that web history?
Correct. Yes.
I have one page. It's an extract from Monica's Cellurite phone extraction, focusing on a web history. Yes, of course. May I please mark this as Defence Exhibit 602?
Yes.
Mr. Gibson, show you what has been marked as Defence Exhibit 602. Now, does this appear to you to be the Cellurite extraction logs relevant to web search history?
Yes. With the source of Safari.
And we see here it starts at the top, January 25th, 2017, correct?
Correct.
And the UTC -8, that shows that it's already been converted into LA time. That is LA time.
Correct.
And these logs go down to January 23rd, 2017, right?
Correct.
And here we see there is a web page that is logged. That says lifestylelounge.com. You see that?
Yes.
And so that would show that at that time, on that date, 10/23/24, that device is accessing that web page, correct?
Correct.
And you see here, we have a few entries, right? At 4:47. You see that?
Yes.
And that's on the same day, January 23rd, correct?
Yeah, January 23rd.
And then within a few seconds of each other, there's 4:47:42 seconds, 4:47:40 seconds, 4:47:40 seconds, and 4:47:38 seconds. You see that?
Yes.
And these are, again, web pages being accessed in relation to the lifestylelounge.com, correct?
Correct.
So that shows that at 4:47, that website, Lifestyle Lounge, is being accessed by that device, correct?
Based on this record, yes.
And that's Monica's device.
Can you go to the top?
It's just a page from
Okay.
her records. But,
Yeah,
and
if
she
it's-
says this
if
is an
it's-
extraction from Monica's records.
Yeah, if it was provided discovery from her records, then yes.
Right now, is it true that web history can also be obtained from external records, right? For instance, Google records.
Oh, yes.
So if you have a Gmail account, it would show the web history on Google. There's external records that could show that.
Well, there's records of your web history if you're accessing Google or using your account.
All right. And if those records were obtained from Google, they could show the various Google searches or web history connected to a Gmail account. Is that right?
Yeah, if you subpoena Google, they will provide you records of whatever information they're storing on those accounts.
I have, again, a one-page extract, which is from Google's records, which were subpoenaed, that show the web history of Fabio's email address.
Mark is 603?
Now, please mark 603, you're on.
Yes.
Is this something that's actually ever before?
This one I'm now showing you Master Defense Exhibit 603. Does this appear consistent with Google records showing web page history for that Google account?
Looking at the document, it's Google search history events for Fab Style 67 at Gmail.
So it appears to you to be that email searching that history and the various dates and times.
Yeah, it's search history events that's provided by Google. So
Next to that email address.
correct, connected to that email address.
Now, unfortunately, this is in UTC, so it requires a little mental maths. But you testified earlier that UTC is English time, and to get to LA time, you have to minus 8 hours. Is that right?
Correct. So in the wintertime, you have to subtract 8 hours. Summer, for daylight savings, you have to subtract 7 for Los Angeles time. So these records are going to be in UTC 0. So that's going to be it has to be the offset time. So the first record is actually January 23rd, 2017, local LA time. If my math's right, 4:35 p.m.
So this is that email account, fabstar67@gmail.com, visiting that web page at 4:35 p.m. on January 23rd. Is that right?
Correct.
And you see below we have some more searches. Just a few seconds before, there's a similar search, demographic international, you see that?
Correct.
You
Yes.
see underneath there, this is now earlier in the day. I believe this is around midday, doing the maths. This is searching for small engine repair in England. You see those?
Yes.
And again, these are all searches from the fabstar67@gmail.com account.
Yes.
Go to slide 107, please. Oh, sorry. Can we go to the preceding slide? So this slide is after homicide. And then go to the next slide. This is the suspects running up. So this is not technically after the homicide, right?
Correct. It's out of order.
Okay. You did a previous version of these slides, right? Do you recall that?
Of this slide?
You did a previous version of this PowerPoint. Do you remember?
Yes.
Can I show you one of the slides from the previous version? Your Honour, I have here a page from a previous version of Mr. Gibson's slides. It's just showing, showing the surveillance camera footage of the Porsche leaving the crime scene. And I'm not sorry. One mistake. You want to make these mark this is 604?
Yes.
Mr. Gibson, do you recognise this showing you Appendix 604?
Yeah, this is a slide of the surveillance camera capturing the picture that I received from LAPD for January 23rd, 2017 at 4:53 p.m.
And just to be fair to you, so in the bottom right-hand corner we have the time, correct?
Yeah, the timestamp is January 23rd, 2017 at 5, it indicates 5:53.
And the seconds are 02.
Yes.
At the top it has 4:53:32.
Correct.
Did you write the top?
No.
Okay. But it's one of those times applied, presumably.
What-
They're different. The seconds are different, aren't they?
Yes.
Okay, but one of those applies. Which would you use if you were analysing this document?
One on the video surveillance camera.
Okay. So that's showing that the victim's Porsche, as it says at the top, has been driven away from the crime scene at, it says 5:53:02, but are you aware that this was 1 hour off surveillance?
Yes. Probably to do with the not setting the time, or the timestamp, not resetting it for daylight savings.
All right, so what's the actual time I should say there?
The 4:53:02
4:53:02
p.m.
PM on January 23rd. That's the Porsche driving away.
That's my understanding of what the timestamp should be.
Right. So this now shows, see at the top, Isabella returning home, and that's at 4:54:52 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
All right. So I said I wouldn't go back to maths, but now I am. This is less than 2 minutes after the time shown on the previous slide, right?
Correct.
So Bella returning home is actually, let's get it exactly right, 1 minute, only 1 minute and 50 seconds after the Porsche was still leaving, correct?
Correct.
Slide 111, please. 111. This is Monica's phone again, correct?
Yes.
This is a timeline table. Now, is that timeline, it has a very large number there, 27,425, correct?
Yes.
There's many, many data entries, right?
Yes.
And is that because it shows in chronological order all activity on that phone in a timeline chronological order?
I wouldn't say all.
Okay.
Not all events. It's the events that are captured with the software.
But it shows events occurring on that phone in a chronological order.
Yes.
Now this slide goes from 5:22 p.m. January 23rd. That's the top row, correct?
Correct.
And it goes down to 8:13 p.m. January 23rd, correct?
Correct.
You've extracted just a portion of the full timeline, correct?
Yeah, this is only showing the data for that time frame. There's 27,000 entries plus that you're not seeing.
So there are more entries after 8:13 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And there's more entries on the next day, January 24th, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I have another page from Monica's cellular phone extractions showing the timeline next day, a portion of it. I mean, these marks, it's Defense Exhibit 605.
Very good.
to be the timeline entries starting, not starting, but appearing on the next day, January 24th, 2017.
Yes, at January 24th at 12 p.m. noon.
Right. Now, I draw your attention to one entry on this timeline. This one here, which is 21533. Let me zoom in. That is an instant message, correct?
Correct.
It's like a text message.
Correct.
Text message. It is incoming, so it will be received coming into Monica's device, right?
Yes.
And it's being received at 2:05 p.m. and 12 seconds, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that the content of that message is, "I'm so sorry."
Yes.
But it doesn't say there who it was received from, does it?
No.
It's correct, isn't it, though, that with text messages, as you described earlier, they use connections to cell towers, right?
Yes.
One of those, for example, could be AT&T towers, correct?
Yes.
And if you have the AT&T records, that can show you more information about that text, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have here one page from AT&T records, which was subpoenaed by the prosecution. I may please mark it as Exhibit 606.
Yes.
Mr. Gibson, this appears to you to be AT&T phone records.
Yes.
And these records give a date starting January 24th, 2017, right?
Yes.
You see that, it's really zoomed in, so it's very small. And they give a time, right? And again, this is in UTC, so you have to do -8 hours to get the LA time, right?
Correct.
And it gives an originating number, so it shows where a text came from, correct?
Yes.
Phone number there. And then it shows the terminating number, that's the number that receives the text, right?
Correct.
Okay. So do you remember what I showed you previously was at 2:05 p.m. and 12 seconds, the "I'm so sorry" message?
Okay.
We see here there is an entry at 22:05 and 12 seconds. Adjusting for the UTC, that would be the same time, wouldn't it? 2:05 p.m. and 12 seconds.
Yes, 2205. That's the record.
It's the same record.
Yes.
And here we have the originating number, which shows the number that the message came from, right?
Correct. 213-272-1093.
And that's sort of Baker's phone number, isn't it? Reminds you that.
Yeah.
No reason why you should have all these numbers memorized. Do you mind just going to slide 17? 17. Sorry, I missed it back. So this is Robert Baker's, one of his devices, Samsung S8, I believe. Yes?
Correct. It's item 121.
Well, item 121, that's right. And in the bottom left, we see the phone number for that device, correct?
Correct. It's 213-272-1093.
Okay. And we then look at the the 22:05:12, so the 2:05 entry at LA time is the same number, isn't it?
It's the same number. It's UTC time. 22:05 is the UTC.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
UTC time, but
Yep.
at 2:05 p.m. adjusted for LA time. This would be at
4:05. You're tracking 8 hours from 10. Oh, 2. Sorry.
I wanted to make more sense. That's at 2:05 p.m. On January 24th, right?
Correct.
And it's this number, which is what you found to be Robert Baker's number, the device.
Correct.
121. Right? So Robert Baker is sending that message at 2:05 p.m. 12 seconds. It says, "I'm so sorry."
Correct.
And he's sending it to, as we already know, Monica's phone. And you've seen that Monica's phone, and that's Monica's number, right?
Yes.
Right. Slide 117, please. 117.
I'm sorry.
117, if you don't mind. Here is a Facebook Messenger chat, right? Found on Baker's device.
Yes.
And it's between Robert Baker and Christopher Austin, right?
Yes.
And just to be absolutely clear, there's a message talking about downloading WhatsApp on your phone, right?
Yes.
This is January 26th, 2017. This is 3 days after the murder. Sorry, 3 days after January 23rd, 2017, right?
Yes.
And it is Robert Baker directing Christopher Austin to download WhatsApp on his phone, correct?
Yes.
Council, let me repeat the sentence adjourned till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The evidence applies not to such escape people on yourselves or if anyone else or former expressing opinions of the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9.